I think we'll begin the session. Thank you for your attendance. And I would like to introduce Dr. Abdullah Omran from Indiana University in Bloomington in the US, but who I think is in Egypt at the moment. Is that correct? And he's going to be talking about food waste and the contest of incentives, using Egypt as a case study. Dr. Abdullah, the floor is yours.
Hello, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. My name is Abdullah Omran. I'm a PhD student at Indiana University, Bloomington. Today, I'm going to talk about food waste and food loss and the constant and the contest of incentives and using Egypt as a case study. While yesterday's presentations were mainly focused on, many of the presentations yesterday were mainly focused on the production side of food security. Today, I'm going to talk about after the post-production side of food security, basically about food waste and food contest and food loss. The outline of my presentation today, I'm going to start by laying out my main argument and then explain some definitions that are necessary for the presentation, followed by showing the role of Islamic ethics in minimizing food loss and food waste across the food supply chain, and then explaining the strategies that it deploys, that Islamic ethics deploy to minimize food loss and food waste. If we are going to start, my main argument today is basically trying to understand how self-gain is motivated by Islamic ethics and material culture. And I'm contrasting both of these because material culture is basically appeals to self-greed and self-interest, while Islamic ethics tries to create an image, a perfect conduct of the human being, if you may say. And my main question today is basically very simple. But the question goes, how powerful is Islamic ethics in the face of a capitalistic, regulated national and global economy? In attempting to answer this question, let us walk through some of the definitions that are going to help us understand the depths of this argument. The first definition is what is actually meant by food loss and food waste. It actually means all edible materials within the food supply chain that are intended for human consumption, but are ultimately not consumed. And actually, before I actually did this paper, all my focus about food was mainly on the consumption side, on the as consumers use food. I didn't think about the stages that it has to go through before actually it reaches us as consumers. So with food loss, it's actually basically the decrease in the quantity or quality of food resulting from decisions and actions by food suppliers in the chain, excluding retail, food service providers and consumers. While food waste is on the consumption side, is the decrease in the quality or quantity of food resulting from decisions and actions by retailers, food services and consumers. These definitions are provided, especially the last two, are provided by the UN affiliated Food and Agricultural Organization in the 2019 report. So the food basically goes through six stages. The first one is the production and harvest. That's where a significant amount of loss happens and it causes food loss. The second one is the storage, where you don't have sufficient storage facilities to house the products or the commodities themselves. If we give an example for Egypt, for example, especially on the wheat, one of the main causes of loss on wheat is basically Egypt does not have enough silos to house the amount of wheat it actually imports from outside Egypt. And when the ships loading the wheat come to Egypt, what they have to do is basically they set anchor at the pier, waiting for their turn to unload the wheat. And this process, a significant amount of food loss actually takes place. The next stage is processing and packaging. If we focus on one commodity, for example, tomatoes, which is very, very crucial to the Egyptian economy. With traditional packaging, like with tomatoes, what they do is basically the farmers, they pack the tomatoes in palm crates, and this causes huge amounts of loss of tomatoes because it is a perishable product. And for the next stage, we have transportation and distribution. One of the main causes of loss in this stage in Egypt in particular is the infrastructure is really bad, and there is not refrigerated trucks to carry perishable products that require low temperatures. So without having these in place, this infrastructure in place, a lot of food is lost on this stage. The next one is the wholesale and retail markets, and the last one in consumption, where we come as consumers. At the last two, the 5 and 6, the sixth stage, both of them, they represent the food waste part of the argument. And the first four, they basically represent the food loss part. So look at some figures to understand, to quantify the problem, basically. While we're looking for food security, the UN has basically flagged that there is 1/3 of the globally produced edible food is wasted. 1/3, can you imagine the number? And if we look at figures at developed and developing countries, we will see that consumer-caused food waste accounts for more than half of the food loss in the developed countries, 56%. While in developing countries, Egypt is one of them, of course, is 44% on consumption only. That means Egypt and the remaining developing countries waste a lot of food, or lose a lot of food before they actually reach to the consumer. For Egypt in particular, it stands out as a major contributor to food waste, with 73 kilograms per capita yearly. If we look at specific numbers, in the 2014-2015 harvest season, national production of wheat peaked at 8.3 million tons, while national consumption was 19.1 million tons. The gap was basically bridged by importing wheat from outside. And even with this huge amount of imports coming to Egypt in the wheat commodity, still the loss happening at this stage is 14.1%, which is huge loss. When tomatoes, for example, is one of the largest 5 producers globally of tomatoes in the whole world. But due to the high perishability of tomatoes, it basically, the estimated total loss is approximately 1/3 of the potential production. Consumption, basically most of the food waste in high income urban districts are edible and consumed food. That's in Egypt. These figures are about Egypt, basically. When it comes to consumption, most of the wasted food in high-income urban districts are edible, unconsumed food, mostly fruits and vegetables. If we're trying to locate the causes of why food is lost or wasted, some of them are natural. Of course, you will have a scarce water supply or extreme weather conditions. In Egypt, there is an intense heat that causes the quick decay of the product. And also there are market-driven losses during price shocks, social also in revolutions when you have a destabilized economy, and substandard infrastructure. But this paper is mainly focused on the inadequate human practices and poor decision making. And if we try to decompose what that means, actually, if we look at our countries, the unplanned meals or bad dietary habits and serving excessive quantities of food in religious holidays, especially in Ramadan, is one of the main causes for food waste. Now, if we move along to the role of Islamic ethics in regulating food consumption and food production, and this is going to basically some of those points that I'm going to tackle later. I'm going to touch upon some of the points raised yesterday in yesterday's presentations. The role of Islamic ethics in minimizing food loss and food waste is basically, if we try to track down the scriptural narrative, both in Quran and Sunnah, we would find that they instruct the individual to mindfully conduct oneself throughout the process of food supply chain. But one main clue here, if we look at those texts, the scriptural texts from Quran and Sunnah, what we would come across is basically they mainly focus on the consumption side because they use verbs like eat, drink in either hadith or Quran. But if we're trying to basically how are we going to apply them to the stages that precede the consumption side? If we look at a particular verse in the Quran that requires the Muslim, the farmers, to give the due zakah on their harvest, what this proves is that if we look carefully at the text, it will tell us that if there are unscrupulous behaviors that have taken place during the harvest stage, that means that will affect the overall, the total crop. And therefore, the zakah that are going to be due on this crop is going to decrease. So if responsible behavior has been taken in consideration while harvesting, that will increase the zakah that are being given to the poor. So in this stage, we can basically any correct instruction or instruction on those processes. And one of the main takeouts from those scripture, from those texts in Quran and Sunnah, do not be wasteful, basically. And what it helps is basically it frames it is as a rubric that blacklists any unscrupulous behavior likely to damage the crops at any stage of the food supply chain. And the strategies, if we go along, the strategies really quick, make use of all edible food, in otherwise called hifz al-ni'mah. The Quran instructs, eat, drink, and do not be wasteful. Eat the whole serving in one's plate in anticipation of the blessings embedded in one's food. Eat half stomach, as which I mentioned yesterday about the food of two is sufficient for four, and etc. The common theme is what the text tell us is we have to monitor our intake and our behavior when it comes to food, whether we are basically working in the fields to harvest it, or whether we pack it, or whether we process it, and soon when we even market about it. We have to be mindful if we behave single behavior throughout this whole process. And if I contrast this strategy that is deployed by Islamic ethics, and we look at capitalism and how the food system is being run, basically, all the focus of capitalism is basically the nature of capitalistic food system is growth. All it focuses on is growth. So in Egypt, we're going to find that this growth required us to use health hazard pesticides. And if we look at some figures here, we're going to see some really alarming figures. Between 2005 and 2015, almost a whopping 213% increase ratio in using pesticides, which causes a lot of damage to the crops, which caused 8 to 30% loss of the total produce of oranges and tomatoes alone. So the problem with reducing food loss and food waste is it creates a win-lose situation. If we're trying to minimize food as consumers, it means that the retailers will have will sell us less food, which is a problem for them. Therefore, they will counter this behavior in order to increase their profitability. This is one of the main problems that causes food. For example, if in holiday season, you will find that retailers, big retailers, will market at discounts, like huge discounts on products, and which basically boost or motivate the consumers to buy more products that they actually need. And therefore it will cause waste at the end. And if we move on to the next strategy, which is responsibility, which is Dr. Moran had addressed yesterday, the Prophet ﷺ addressed responsibility that we have to be responsible in our behaviors towards food. One time the Prophet was actually went out of his house because he was hungry, and he found Abu Bakr and Umar there, three of whom were hungry as well. They basically move around until they found someone to host them, and they ate. After they ate, the Prophet said, he quoted or invoked the verse in the Quran that says, on that day you will be asked about your pleasures, which includes food as well. So this requires us to be very responsible when we eat as consumers, And as producers, we have to take accountability at our considerations here by planting healthy seeds or an adequate harvesting. And also, as government officials, effective policymaking must be put in place to curb food loss. The last one would be reallocation of food, or that's what Dr. Mohammed Fawzi addressed yesterday, food sharing. It basically reallocation of surplus food. Quran says, or the Hadith says, that the Prophet ﷺ instructed us to, he who has surplus of provisions should give them to him who has no provisions. And in the Quran, donations are basically very well encouraged, that we give food to the poor, the orphan, and the captive, saying we feed for the sake of God alone. We seek neither recompense nor thanks from you, from means those who are given. If we contrast this particular aspect of basically waiting for no recompense when donating food with corporate philanthropy, for example, if look at this study alone, the study of the 40 Fortune 500 companies in the span of 7 years, the researcher found that philanthropic donations are grounded in a blend of altruism and self-interest. What the corporate companies do, they basically donate food as part of their program in order to raise the company's profile and attract more consumers. That's one of the necessary steps that must be taken into consideration when you are a capitalistic entity. And because my time is about to run out, I will my conclusions are that Islamic ethics invests heavily in individual faith because its sets of rewards are intangible that require a relatively high level of commitment to secure them. In this system, self-gain, though unmaterialized, is conditioned on displaying an appropriate conduct for the wastefulness and or negligence of duties. On the other hand, the main competitor of Islamic ethics is capitalistic-driven economies. Self-gain is defined in terms of financial profitability. It supports humane values in as much as their earnings outnumber their costs. It feeds off human greed, which is likely the reason for its unparalleled success. Sorry for rushing this. I usually speak fast, so I apologize for that. Thank you so much for listening, and this was the end of my presentation.
Thank you very much. It was a really fascinating presentation. And the floor is now open for questions and comments. We have 7 minutes left. Thank you you actually made up time. Well, while people are gathering their thoughts, I have a couple of questions, if you don't mind. Could you elaborate what you meant by unscrupulous behavior during the harvesting? Could you give an example there of what you meant by unscrupulous behavior? And secondly, can you distinguish, and how would you do that, between eating as a pleasure and eating as a necessity? What is it that you are in fact proposing there, particularly when it relates to food wastage?
These are really great questions. For the first one about unscrupulous behavior when harvesting, if we look at the agricultural status in Egypt and the state of the workers or the laborers there, a lot of them are children and female workers. Most of whom get cheap payment for their work, and they are undertrained. So expecting them to raise their awareness to minimize their to basically be very mindful when they harvest is very hard to expect from them, especially if they are paid less and untrained. So by not focusing on giving them what their due rights, expecting them to basically be as productive as possible is quite unlikely. This will, of course, reflect bad on the total number of the harvest of the crop. That's what I meant by unscrupulous behavior.
So you meant unscrupulous behavior on the part of the employers of the...
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you.
For eating as a necessity and eating as a for pleasure, basically. if we look at the last part, the consumption and the connection between retailers and consumers, especially on holiday season, you will see that big retailers offer huge discounts on products, which motivates consumers to buy lots of food that they are not necessarily need, and because they don't need it, thinking of they will save money, they don't need it, that the food will end up in the garbage. So that's what I meant by basically eating as a necessity. If you eat as a necessity, that the Prophet said, have 1/3 for food and one third for breathing and etc. So eating as a necessity does not require eating excessive amounts of food, which, as you see, obesity is one of the side effects of eating lots of food, because of driven partly by the practices of big corporations and retailers.
Thank you.
Thanks. You're welcome.
Any further comments or questions? Well, let me have a follow-up, because I'm not happy. I mean, I'm not happy because are you willing to accept that eating as a pleasure is something that is desirable and perfectly ethical? Or is it something that we have to feel ashamed about in terms of getting pleasure from eating?
Of course, eating for pleasure is not unethical per se, of course not. But let me rephrase it. Unplanned eating. So you can't plan your eating as a pleasure by getting sufficient amount of food that you think are enough for you, and you are pleased when you eat them. But at the same time, you are conscious about your food intake, so you wouldn't throw away lots of food. For example, I didn't cover this, but food banks in Egypt, the Egyptian Food Bank has made recently agreements with major hotels and restaurants in Egypt to take their food waste and distribute it to the poor. And look at the numbers that they have distributed 17 million meals monthly. 17 million meals. So that's what I meant.
Yes, thank you. I think we will hear about that sort of practice in Qatar as well with our fourth speaker. By the way, I should advise everybody that Abdul Fattah is going to be presenting, as he was unable to do so yesterday, and there will be four speakers in this first session. So after that, there will be a discussion. We're going to have a break, I think, at that point also. And so everything is going to be after that in the afternoon, pushed back another half an hour or so. I hope that's okay by everybody. There's no way we can seem to get around that. Okay, any other questions or comments for Dr. Abdallah?
Okay, Ray. Can you hear me?
Naima, yes.
Yeah. I just, Dr. Abdullah, thank you so much for your presentation. So I just, you mentioned it yourself, I was about to quote. So, back in, when I was in Pakistan, my home country, so there was this student NGO, they created this initiative that they contacted the restaurants every night, and the leftover food from the restaurants, they made it a point to pack it nicely. Of course, the edible food, not the waste, and they distributed it in the poor community. So you just mentioned it. So I think that needs to be initiated on a regular basis, and through some initiative, whether through some NGOs or maybe an initiative from the restaurants on a regular basis, because daily on a daily basis, food is being wasted. A lot of food is being wasted all over the world. Yeah, yes. This was my comment on this.
Thanks,
thank you. Saeed, did you want to say something?
Yes. Assalamu alaikum. How are you, Abdullah? I'm very happy to see you.
Me too.
In your discussion for the Islamic ethics, you actually mentioned a couple of interesting subtitles when you talked about faith-generated responsibility, spreading the joy. I wonder if you can discuss these and similar concepts from the Maqasidi perspective. And you add this into your paper because when we talk about the Maqasid al-Khassa, you can count these as the Maqasid al-Khassa when you analyze the food waste as part of the contemporary day problems. What do you think about this?
Yes, certainly. I said that when I talked about spreading the joy of reallocation of of the food surplus, this actually touches with Dr. Muhammad Fawzi's yesterday's food sharing idea and how it's connected to the maqasid of Sharia and food as far as food security is concerned. So definitely, I can link up the like reallocations of food surplus and the faith-generated responsibility to the maqasid. I definitely will consider that in my paper. Thanks a lot, Dr. Saeed.
Okay, thank you very much. We need to move on now. Thank you, Dr. Abdallah. Thank you for the questions. Now, I'd like to introduce Dr. Dalal Aassouli, our colleague from HBKU Islamic Finance, to talk about green finance and food security. The floor is yours, Dalal.
Thank you, Ray. Good morning and assalamu alaikum, everyone. Presentation today, I will further elaborate on some of the points that were discussed yesterday, mainly when it comes to resource mobilization for food security, and particularly focusing on agriculture, while adding also another challenge besides food security, which is directly linked also to the issues that we've discussed yesterday, and also which has significant implications on food security, which is climate change as well. So I'll be focusing on the OIC region in general, and I will be just sharing highlights from the chapter in this presentation, and of course I'll be happy to share the chapter afterwards when it's finalized with the participants. Now, if we look at the agriculture sector in the OIC countries, it is one of the major occupational sectors and primary source of income for the poor in the OIC region. And it's actually contributes to significantly to the GDP in these countries. However, the sector faces significant challenges when it comes to the productivity, and also the appropriate legal and regulatory framework, poor basic infrastructure and related services, and also this is the case in rural areas where these issues are further significant when it comes to the rural areas in OIC countries. There's also a significant low agri-industry investments and scaling up basically investments in these regions, and also increasing productivity of the agriculture sector requires significant investments when it comes to resource mobilization. And we've seen yesterday that there were discussions when it comes to, for example, social finance, but also when it comes to NGOs and charities, etc. So I'll be further elaborating also on these topics. And what you can see on the right side is actually the global food index in the OIC countries. And you can see that there are differences when it comes to also food insecurity, or how the results that shows in the graph, for the simple reason that you have high income, a number of high income countries, such as, for example, the GCC countries, where upgrading, where they have actually high food security index. On the other hand, you have other countries, for example, in sub-Saharan Africa, etc., who have low index, and that is further critical when it comes to also adding the challenges of climate change, as I mentioned, with significantly impact food production volatility, and we observed that in the recent years with the climate change challenges. Now, briefly, without spending much time on the basically the details of the index, of course, here we're having 4 dimensions, which is basically the availability, access, utilization, and stability. And you can see that each time we're comparing the figures for the OIC region with the global average. And of course, without going again, I mean, in the paper describes how each dimension is used and how the figures are calculated. But basically here, if you look at, we've used again some of the only dimensions to explain each one, but for each dimension you have several indicators that could describe, for example, availability. You can use, for example, the value for production. There are also, for example, the average dietary energy supply adequacy, which is used by some of the research as well. But briefly here, if you look at the average value of food production in the OIC compared to the world, you can see that as of 2014-2016, the average value of food production in the OIC member countries reached $194 per capita. And that's an increase compared to $176 between 1999 and 2001. So it is about 10% decrease. However, in 2014-2016, the average value of food production per capita was almost 38% lower than the world average. And of course, you have differences, as I mentioned, because within the OIC, you have, of course, high-income countries and then low-income countries. So there are also differences, which we further elaborate on in the chapter. And of course, we did the same analysis when it comes to also access, and this was measured by the GDP per capita in the OIC and the world, and also the utilization, which was measured by the access to improved water sources. And we know that this is also one of the critical climate change challenges in the region, which is the scarcity of water. And I'll further elaborate on that when talking about sustainable agriculture. And stability, which was measured by the per capita food supply variability. Now, as I mentioned earlier, climate change, the agriculture sector in the OIC countries account for about 21% of global agriculture-related greenhouse gas emissions. So it is the contribution of the sector, but also the climate change is the main driver of food insecurity in the OIC countries. And if you look at some of the regions, such as, for example, sub-Saharan Africa, food security has been very volatile in recent years due to unpredictable shocks resulting from climate change. And you could have similar analysis in some other countries in Asia, for example. Looking into the SDGs, and also why the SDGs, because most of the OIC countries have ratified basically the SDG agenda, so they have commitments by 2030, and that includes, for example, commitments with SDG 2, Zero Hunger, and also SDG 13, which is climate action, that talks about, again, a number of initiatives commitments by 2030 when it comes to achieving those objectives, for example, in implementing renewable energies and implementing several strategies when it comes to food security and also affordable clean energy, etc. But aligning those two objectives will also achieve the other targets when it comes to sustainable development, namely also no poverty, because when you promote agriculture, specifically in, for example, including rural areas as well, you also achieve other objectives like poverty alleviation by creating green jobs, by promoting also affordable clean energy, by also improving the quality of life in general and the well-being of the populations in those regions. Now, this is briefly the context, actually. So there are clearly challenges when it comes to food security. Of course, I didn't detail other aspects like the growth of the population, etc., which are further details in the chapter. But that presents significant opportunities for the region, but also challenges that need to be addressed by policymakers. Now, this research or this chapter will aim to discuss how Islamic green finance can promote the development of sustainable agriculture to attain food security and mitigate climate change. And to do that, two main research questions are discussed in this chapter, which are: what are the ethical foundations of Islamic green finance, and why a discussion about Islamic green finance is relevant? And also, how can Islamic green finance promote the development of sustainable and green agriculture to ensure food security in these countries? Very briefly, defining green agriculture, what do we mean by green agriculture? And I think some examples were already cited yesterday without like direct reference to green agriculture. But for example, when you build and maintain healthy soils, managing water wisely, climate pollution, promoting biodiversity, and taking into consideration, of course, the other objectives like efficiently using water, using sustainable irrigation, etc. So, and of course, there are many projects worldwide also relying on renewable energies, for example, when it comes to irrigation solutions and other solutions to increase the productivity in certain countries. Now, this, I used here the definition of the United Nations Environment Programme when it comes to green agriculture, which aims to maintain and increase productivity and profitability while ensuring sustainability of food and ecosystem services, rebuilding natural capital assets by using resources more efficiently. And of course, there were also some references yesterday to the concept of circular economy, which is also relevant in this discussion. And that is expected. The most importantly is to look at the long-term benefits of greening agriculture. The sector is expected to generate a range of benefits, including increased profits and income for farmers, gains at the macroeconomic level, and also enabling the sector to adapt to climate change and benefits for ecosystem services. And there have been other studies actually in the literature showing that the cost of not doing anything, let's say not mitigating climate change, is much higher than the measures you need to implement in the short term. And of course, there's a separate literature on that, even in the context of clean energy, etc. Now, talking about the, again, the OIC countries, why talking about green agriculture or Islamic green finance for green agriculture? For two reasons. Number one, we've seen that with the growth of the population and also how significant is the agriculture sector in the OIC countries, greening the agriculture sector will help to address food security issues in the region. And of course, saying that requires significant amount of financing. So the issue of resource mobilization, but also in addressing the issues in an inclusive way, because if you look at in some countries, it is mainly focused on big projects that maybe target the urban areas, but how about the bottom of the pyramid populations? How about small farmers who do not have access to financing for, again, small agriculture projects that also contribute to climate change mitigation, to increasing the productivity, and therefore to also creating jobs in those regions and addressing the issues of food security. So if we look at the definition of food security by the FAO, actually, it does summarize what needs to be done. So definition talks about having access at all times. Food security exists when all people at all times have physical, social, and economic access to sufficient, safe, and nutritious food, which meets their dietary needs and food preferences for an active and healthy life. So it is quite a comprehensive definition, but how do we address it practically if we're talking about the access, and then of course at all times? So here there's clearly a reference to sustainability, which we discussed also this issue yesterday in the presentation of the colleagues from Toronto. And of course there is the nutrition aspect, which is covered by other presenters in this seminar. And so how do you develop solutions to address all of these objectives? Now, moving into the proposition, which is the Islamic green finance, and here you're aligning two concepts. Number one is Islamic finance, and number two is green finance. And again, the objective is to ensure a sustainable and also inclusive access to solutions for both, small farmers, but also big farmers, and national or public or national projects that are at the country level. When looking at Islamic finance, of course, the ethical foundations of Islamic finance, it does talk about inclusive, socially responsible, linked to the real economy, and also talks about the environmental and social dimensions of finance, and therefore it is perfectly aligned with the objectives of green agriculture and having access and giving access to green infrastructure also to the populations actually in the OIC countries and globally. When talking about green finance, again, here it's taking into consideration other dimensions beside the economic objectives, but looking at social and environmental objectives, and aligning both and creating synergies between both would ensure actually the mobilization for resources, again, for the necessary agricultural infrastructure in the region. Referring to Islamic ethics, and also we've looked at from an Islamic perspective, when talking about Islamic finance, effectively it has ethical foundations that mitigate, of course, that deal with environmental ethics. So there's Islamic environmental ethics, but also with issues about sustainability, about inclusive access, and about the social responsibility towards the low-income populations. And therefore, we've mentioned a number of concepts in the chapter, which, I mean, for the sake of time, I will not be going through them in details, but basically justice, solidarity, public interest, transparency, again, the prohibition of illicit activities, and the role of social responsibility through profit distribution. And here, how can we develop resource, structures or strategies for resource mobilization using, for example, the endowments, the charity, and then, of course, the interest-free loans, which is the Qard Hassan. And again, the overall objective is to reduce the vulnerability of the poor while mitigating risks such as climate change. And of course, we had some references also to maqasid, but I think we had extensive discussions yesterday about the maqasid, but I mainly refer to the analysis of Al-Azhar that looks into the preservation of wealth, where he looked at the environment also as as material wealth, and therefore how do you preserve the environment? And therefore there's again a discussion about the environmental preservation and climate change mitigation using the wealth preservation as one of the maqasid. Now, what we're trying to do actually is aligning Islamic environmental ethics with the ethical principles of Islamic finance and also food security objectives, and that helps develop a framework for Islamic green finance in the OIC countries. And the key pillars of that framework is, of course, the link to the real economy, social responsibility, environmental responsibility, and poverty alleviation. Briefly, actually, just to leave some time for the discussion, we've also looked at the pillars or the ecosystem for developing Islamic green finance in the region. And we've looked at mainly 4 other aspects, mainly standardization, because again, yesterday there was also a very good discussion about the institutional aspects when promoting food security. But clearly, to develop also green agriculture, there should be the necessary ecosystem, and therefore there should be standardization when it comes to the policies and also the terminology. When you qualify an investment or a strategy as green, what is the terminology, and how can you use that label as well? I mean, we spoke about the halal labeling yesterday, but now green is also a label that you give to certain products or instruments or strategies. So how do you decide on that, and what should be the framework and the key dimensions to be taken into consideration for qualifying a strategy as green or not? But also the issue of credibility and incentives, and also in terms of measuring impact. So how can we measure the impact, on how can we assess the contribution of again the green finance or Islamic finance to sustainable development and also to sustainable agriculture financing. Another aspect that we've discussed is the role again of the regulatory frameworks. And here again, talking about how green in general, the financial system, whether it's for agriculture or any other green assets, because again, agriculture is only one example of assets where you could apply the concept of, again, green finance, that has significant also for financial inclusion, and it has also other implications when it comes to aligning or financial stability in general. And therefore, we're talking about aligning the financial system and the financial regulations with sustainable development. And the paper also talks about some examples of strategies that can use using Islamic financial contracts. But of course, I will not go into the details during the presentation, but I think that the chapter will provide those details in terms of what instruments can be used. Again, with the clear explanation of how Islamic financial contracts are being used, and therefore Islamic ethics, And there are, of course, a variety of instruments that could be used either on a standalone or in a blended mode. We're talking now about blended finance in the, again, the financial markets, in the sense that you blend various strategies together to achieve or to finance development projects or infrastructure. So we've had the discussion on, for example, green Islamic social finance, like how can you use, for example, the institutions of awqaf and zakat, etc., to develop financing for example, small farmers in order to, again, increase either the productivity of their productions or simply to develop agriculture solutions or irrigation or any other infrastructure in rural areas. Also, there's a discussion about, again, the role of Islamic microfinance and how it can support, again, the development of Islamic green finance solutions and other recent innovations when it comes to, for example, the use of technology. We've seen solutions from crowdfunding or even in the capital markets when talking about, for example, green sukuk. So the chapter will discuss examples or case studies of how these instruments can be used for effective mobilization of green agriculture finance in the OIC region. So as I said, I will not go into the details of those instruments, but happy to address any questions during the Q&A. But briefly, what we try to address in this chapter is that governments have a leadership role in establishing and enforcing long-term priorities and values. And for wider value proposition, that requires a wider value proposition with a greater emphasis on green agriculture. And therefore, to achieve, again, inclusive access to green financing for also green infrastructure, both in rural, of course, and urban areas, that needs the integration with Islamic social finance. And we've given examples of awqaf, zakat, Islamic microfinance, Qard Hassan, etc. It is also important to embed green and sustainability considerations in national food security strategies, and also promoting partnership with international community. And we discussed also yesterday examples of some of the international organizations that also have interest in both Islamic finance and also food security issues. And also that Islamic finance has a universal ethical value proposition that could further be implemented or enhanced, I think, in terms of the implementation when it comes to addressing the issues of food security and climate change. And finally, a blended strategy of policy support and industry-led initiatives could further promote the development of sustainable solutions for green agriculture financing. So I'll end my presentation here, and I'm happy to follow up on any questions from the audience. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dalal. Very comprehensive presentation, very challenging one. So any questions or comments? We have 10 minutes. Well, we have 6 minutes, actually.
Dr. Dalal?
Yes, please.
Yes, thank you so much for such an insightful presentation. And I was, of course, since my research on green foods, I was particularly interested in, green finance, and you mentioned like the dependency, like independency of the local farmers. So during my research, actually, I came across a paper. It was a survey conducted on Ethiopia on the aftermath of COVID-19. And surprisingly, what they found out that there wasn't much shift towards malnourishment in Ethiopia. Mainly due to the fact that they adjusted their diet patterns. For example, they were avoiding raw vegetables, raw meat, so they shifted to staples because of the infection, of course, and also because some of the when they compared the urban areas with the rural population, they were more self-sufficient because they were growing their own food. So just this thought in my mind that this sufficiency and sustainability when you grow your own food, so you can combat many untoward situations like this. So I just wanted to say this.
I think that's a very good point. Actually, I forgot to mention COVID-19. Actually, it was one of the points I wanted to discuss about, but just for the sake of time, if you look at the national strategies, or if you look at policymakers' mobilization again post COVID-19, there's a discussion about green recovery. And that means that any initiatives should take into consideration also environmental objectives. When, for example, rebuilding the economies, and everyone is talking about the new normal. So we've seen that the key challenges during the pandemic were, of course, the health infrastructure, education, but also food security. And that's because what happened during the COVID-19 is the interruption of food supply chains. And therefore, all the discussions that we had yesterday is critical, actually, in terms of developing local capacity, in terms of to ensure food security. Now, how do you do that? And effectively, as you mentioned, so you can look at it in two ways, either on the supply chain side. So how can you mitigate the implications of COVID-19 on food supply chains? But also what you mentioned, which is linked also to climate change, because as I mentioned, climate change has mainly an impact on the food volatility, like the production volatility, and you want to address that, because if you don't mitigate the effects of climate change, then you have, of course, an issue of sustainability. And therefore, that's why all the discussion now about green in agriculture is relevant. So what other practices, how can you revisit the existing practices to promote other sustainable solutions? And therefore, we've seen, for example, the development of clean energy solutions when it comes to irrigation, also any for example, the crop diseases, etc., that impact the sustainability of food production and all. So it's two objectives that should be addressed at the same time. So again, the already existing issues that we had from climate change that impacts again food security and the productivity, but also the other challenges that were further highlighted or emphasized during the COVID-19 pandemic, which is the interruption of food supply chains. So I think they're good issues, and effectively the solutions that need to be developed need to be sometimes tailor-made, because each country has its own challenges, national challenges when it comes to all food security, but also the nature of food that is being produced and developed. Of course, there are other discussions that I didn't cover in the presentation itself, but this is in terms of self-sufficiency and in terms of also developing local capacity, which there is some research already on that in the context of Africa, is when you export, for example, raw materials, raw materials, and then you import the food at a much higher cost. So you export the raw materials at a very cheap cost, and then you import back the same food. And I think there was some discussion about that yesterday. I think I can't remember in which presentation we discussed, I mean, the food prices in the supermarkets and all, but then if you look at the raw materials, they come originally from the same country, but at a very low cost. So how can we address that? And one way to address that is to promote the development of agricultural infrastructure in those countries. So you can actually have that transformation capacity and production capacity of in the country itself, instead of just exporting raw material at a very cheap cost. And again, this is another discussion that is worth exploring also to addressing issues of food security.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, but very brief, because we are running out of time. We've run out of time. Okay. So let me thank you very much, Dr. Dalal, for your presentation and for the discussion. So now I want to call on Zanira Sheikh, who is one of our graduates this year, to do her presentation on re-examining animal agriculture and food security. Please, Zanira, the floor is yours.
Assalamu alaikum, everybody. And okay, Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. سبحانك لا علم لنا إلا ما علمتنا إنك أنت العليم الحكيم. I'm going to be presenting my paper, which is on re-examining animal agriculture and food security from a Maqasid al-Sharia perspective. First, I'm going to give you some background or some information about what led me to the necessity of this research. And then I'm going to talk about how maqasid are necessary in our time and age. I'm going to elaborate a little bit on Al-Shatibi's theory of maqasid. And then I'm going to apply some of these principles of maqasid al-Sharia from Al-Shatibi and also from a few other scholars, and using data about food security and animal agriculture. And finally, I will conclude. So the first thing, so the problem is that in many food security discourses, animal agriculture is often taken as a given or even as a necessity. So even countries that are not able to provide animals for food, when you read their food security discourses, it's all about combating that, using strategies to combat that, instead of ever asking the question, do we really need to be doing this? And we know that many Muslim countries, especially in the Middle East, don't have the ecological capacity of raising animals domestically, and so they have to resort to things such as having climate-controlled warehouses, which are very energy expensive, and also resort to something called live export, which is basically shipping animals largely from Europe, from Australia, and also from other countries on ships. And many animals die on ships, so it's like a reportable rate of mortality rate of 2%. And the conditions on the ships are very horrible. And when the animals reach these places, they often die from heat stroke. And also the welfare of the animals that are raised and slaughtered there is also highly questionable. So how can the Islamic scholarly tradition help us deal with these novel circumstances? The problem is that because these circumstances are so new, there are very few relevant direct instructions in the Quran and the Sunnah. And in fact, following certain rulings can actually cause great harm in our time. So this is where Maqasid al-Sharia steps in, and they provide solutions by not only providing principles that we can turn to solve our issues, but also to show that some rulings may no longer fulfill the objectives that they were intended for. Therefore, scholars need to come up with relevant rulings that will fulfill the Maqasid best. So Al-Shatibi, for instance, believes in an objectives-based view of the law. That is, that every ruling has as its objective the achievement of benefit or the avoidance of harm to human interests. He says it is a known fact concerning the law that it was established for the sake of human interest. For every legal obligation which it imposes is either to prevent some type of harm or corruption and or to achieve some benefit. He divides legal objectives into two categories: primary objectives, maqasid asliya, and secondary objectives, maqasid tabaiya. So the primary objectives are 5, and he says that these are recognized in every religion and by all scholars. And these are religion or hifz nafs, human life, religion, hifz deen, human life, hifz nafs, the capacity for human reason or aql, progeny or nasl, and material wealth and possessions. So the interests or maqasid are also divided into 3 categories, which are the necessities, masalih ad-daruriyya, which are the essential needs or interests without which life could not be sustained. And in general, food security or growing food comes into this, but we really need to question whether meat and dairy production falls unnecessarily under necessities or luxuries in our day and age. The second category is the requisites, al-masalih al-hajiyya, which are needs or interests that are required for comfort and ease from any kind of pain or distress, or for improving the quality of life. And finally, we have the luxuries, which are al-masalih al-tahsiniyya, and these are needs or interests that are desirable for exuberance, enjoyment, or even for self-indulgence. So what is the maqasid, or like the ultimate objective of agriculture? So Al-Shatibi states that earning money through buying and selling, and agriculture and professional work is included under this, are considered as a basis for or cause behind the preservation of life, the validity of ownership, and the permissibility of enjoyment. The principle is that the lawgiver in determining causes has their effects as his intention. He states, the establishment of causes requires that the one who established them, that is the lawgiver, have the intention of seeing their effects. After all, it would make no sense for him to establish causes without intending their effects. Moreover, he says, legal rulings have been issued in order to achieve benefits and to prevent harm and corruption. These then, the achievement of benefits and the prevention of harm are their effects. Moreover, if we know that causes have been legislated for the sake of their effects, then the intention of establishing causes necessitates the intention of bringing about effects. So what we understand from this is that the aim of agriculture is not for itself, but it is to pursue the effect of the preservation of human life. But the question I'm going to be asking is this intended effect in fact being achieved by animal agriculture? And is it achieving benefits and preventing harm and corruption? Musa Ferber says, hunting and killing animals for meat is permissible out of the general need to nourish and sustain humanity. Al-Izz ibn Abd Salam explains that slaughtering animals for food is one of the cases where a harm or a detriment or mafsada is combined with a maslaha, and contrary to the general rule, the benefit has priority, even though harms are involved. So when slaughtering is a detriment for the animal, but it is a benefit or a maslaha for humanity, and that is keeps them alive. And the benefit of perpetuating human species has priority. So I'm going to analyze whether this benefit of perpetuating human species is being achieved. When we applying the principles of maqasid, we can also use a Shatibi saying, whatever serves human interests and divine objectives should be desired and sought, and whatever harms them should be censored and avoided. Muslim scholars agree that whatever contributes to the preservation of the five essentials is a benefit, and everything that causes them to be forfeited is a source of harm, while its prevention is a benefit. So the prevention of that which leads to the loss of these interests is considered a benefit and therefore desirable. So if we can prove that the raising and eating of animals is hindering the attainment of some of these five universal objectives, then the prevention of animal farming and consumption can be said to be a benefit and desirable for the achievement of the objective. So when it comes to the preservation of human life, I want to look at some of the risks that are posed by animal agriculture. In terms of public health risks, we see zoonotic diseases, and the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization states the importance of food animals as reservoirs of resistant human pathogens is well documented. And we know that the most viable theory of the origins of COVID-19 virus is also that it came from a wet market, which is also AKA a slaughterhouse, where food animals were being slaughtered. Moreover, the CDC says that 3 out of every 4 new or emerging infectious diseases in people come from animals. When it comes to personal health risks, numerous studies have found that vegans have a 57% lower risk of coronary heart disease, which is the most common cause of death globally before COVID-19, I guess, and a lower risk of type 2 diabetes, hypertension, certain types of cancer, and obesity. Moreover, Richard Obenlander writes in his book that 95% of our exposure to carcinogenic dioxin-like compounds comes from meat, dairy, fish, and shellfish. The other thing that we need in order to preserve human life is a viable earth and a healthy earth, and these are some of the harms that animal agriculture causes. In terms of climate change, study Springman et al. Found that sufficient mitigation of climate change cannot be achieved without moving large-scale to plant-based diets. And in 2017, climate shocks were the main drivers of acute food insecurity in 23 countries and territories. Recent study from CILE showed a shocking figure of 87% of greenhouse gas emissions come from animal agriculture, and this is largely due to deforestation, such as deforestation by setting fire, like to the Amazon rainforest, in order to clear land to grow crops to feed animals. Moreover, even with large-scale, Goodland and Anhang have found that even with a large-scale replacement of fossil energy, there will remain a necessity to substantially reduce greenhouse gas emissions from livestock. What about when we speak of the balance in the Quran? This part is supposed to be about the environmental balance, and also this is supposed to be about the social balance or equality or justice. We see that Francis M. Lape writes, in 1 year, the protein loss in the production of meat animals in America alone is equivalent to virtually the whole world's protein deficit. So we do have enough protein to feed people, but instead of feeding it to people, we're feeding it to animals. Moreover, 82% of people who suffer from hunger live in countries where food is exported to feed animals in other countries. Another thing that we'll all agree is very essential for human preservation is water. When it comes to water, we find that animal products have the highest contributions towards water footprint. Moreover, Opelander says that a global water shortage of 40% is predicted to occur in just 10 years. And in fact, day zero, or the day that potable water runs out, has occurred already in a few cities. Moreover, when it comes to land use, because of the amount of land that we've dedicated to animal agriculture, shifting to a plant-based diet would help reduce agricultural land use by 75% and still produce enough to feed everybody. Al-Shafi'i states that a permissible activity may become undesirable and something which we are required to abstain from if it undermines any of the three categories of human interest. I want you to bring your attention here to this carbon footprint diagram, where we can see that meat and eggs and dairy contribute to 83% of carbon emissions from diet, and we see that the carbon footprint of plant-based foods combined isn't even close to the figure of animal foods. Moreover, we see this in some food security discourses that you should eat local because that's going to help the environment. But if you see it in this diagram, transport only makes up 6% of carbon footprint of diets. Meanwhile, 44% comes from cattle directly from their breeding and from their methane, and also manure management, which is also from cattle. And if you look here at this land use stream, 70% of this is also from animal feed. I think this diagram in general just shows the harms of animal agriculture. And when we see agriculture, we need to know that most of it is animal agriculture. But there's a common misconception that by eating animals, we are maintaining some sort of balance in the ecosystem. And if we don't eat them, they're all going to take over the world. But if you look here, at this particular graph, it shows the exact amount, the drastic change, the imbalance in the ecosystem from our own food habits. So livestock makes up 94% of global mammal biomass besides human beings, while wild mammals, the percentage of wild mammals that are left is only 6%. In this diagram, also very shocking, we see that these are carbon dioxide emissions from plant-based foods. Beef is the highest, and you see this, just the difference between beef and these plant-based foods, which are way over here at the bottom. So it says here, carbon dioxide emissions from most plant-based products are as much as 10 to 50 times lower than most animal-based products. So we know that water is an essential requirement for the preservation of human life, and Allah says in the Quran, eat and drink, but do not waste by excess. Let's see, okay, so here we see the amount of water that is used to produce a certain amount of protein. So in order to produce 1 gram of protein, if that protein is in the form of beef, it uses 112 liters of water. While here we have plant-based proteins, which the highest emissions comes, the highest water footprint is of starchy roots, which is only 31 liters. So again, the difference is very, very stark. I think if this diagram just shows a very good, this part of this diagram shows a very good harm-benefit analysis. So when we see here, 77% of agriculture is devoted to livestock, but if we were to see this as costs and these as benefits, we see that we obtain 18% of caloric needs and 37% of protein needs, which is a very small, meager benefit at a very large cost, which is 77% of agriculture. Meanwhile, plant-based agriculture uses only 23% of land, and it provides the large majority of the global calorie supply as well as the global protein supply. When it comes to tropical deforestation, again, we see that beef is the biggest culprit, but the next highest culprit, which is right here, it says oilseeds, and this is dominated by soybeans. So you might think, oh, maybe we should abstain from eating soybean, but I'm going to show you why that is also a product of animal agriculture. So the world's soy, 77% of it is being used for animal feed, while direct human food accounts for only 19.2%. When it comes to the preservation of intellect, of aql, these are the harms that I found of animal agriculture, and these are rarely spoken about in the discourses of food security as well as of animal agriculture. So McNair studied people who had been in traumatic situations, and she found that PTSD, or post-traumatic stress disorder, was not enough to account for the symptoms that they were having, because people that had killed in a light combat suffered from worse symptoms than people who had not killed, even though they had been in heavy combat. So she found that people who have created a traumatic situation, as in they have killed someone, whether that was human beings or animals, suffered from something that she labeled perpetration-induced traumatic stress. So the groups that she studied were Vietnam veterans and Nazis, those who had committed genocide, and the equivalent of killing animals, slaughterhouse workers. And she noted that the psychological consequences that they report showed that the act of killing is associated with punishing results. So they suffered from temper problems, violent outbursts, and reported alienation and a sense of disintegration. Furthermore, these harms are not just limited to the individuals themselves, but often leak to the community. And we see that Fitzgerald et al. Controlled for other factors, and they found that an increase in slaughterhouse employment was strongly linked to an increase in overall crime, and disturbingly, disproportionate increases in violent crime and sexual crime. Psychologists theorize that this constitutes a progression from animal abuse to human violence. The question then is besides, after all of these things, the harms that we have found, does this continue to be permissible? Musa Ferber writes that killing animals and consuming their meat are permitted as a means for attaining the objective of protecting human life and perpetuating the species. So Hifz nafs and Hifz nasl. But a means ceases being permitted if it leads to the very opposite of its intended objective. So while the default is that killing animals and consuming their meat are permissible, they cease being permissible when it leads to harm and undermines the very objective for which they were permitted. Bashir Ahmad Masri states that whenever that which was made permissible for a reason becomes unpermissible by the absence of that reason. So in summary, the maqasid that I've analyzed and showed you how animal agriculture does not help us preserve these are the preservation of religion. Most animal origin food does not meet Islamic standards of law or of ethics. And I know I did not really address this much in this presentation, but it's a huge topic that would take another presentation at least. And when it comes to the preservation of human life, animal agriculture poses public health risks, personal health risks, threats to life on Earth in terms of climate change and water scarcity and global warming. When it comes to the preservation of aql or intellect, it also harms that by causing psychological harm such as CITS and increased violent tendencies. When it comes to the preservation of nestle or progeny, it hinders that by creating zoonotic diseases and climate change and destroying the Earth basically. When it comes to hifz mal or money and property, it is also largely a waste of land, water, and resources. In conclusion, the harms of animal agriculture constitute a major blind spot in many food security discourses as well as halal discourses. In our day and age, the harms of raising animals for food far outweigh the benefits. Eating halal and tayyib food is linked closely in the Quran to doing good deeds. If our food is not halal and tayyib, our actions are likely to not be salih. Therefore, I suggest that Muslim scholars should employ maqasid-based ijtihad to assess whether consuming animal origin foods is a necessity in their particular communities and should encourage Muslims to go plant-based wherever possible. Thank you for listening. And for more information about some of the things that I discussed here, please visit this website. It's called islamicveg.com, which we've created very recently with a couple of other people, and you will find more resources related to this topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very challenging presentation, Zanira. And thank you for sticking pretty much to the time allocated. So questions and comments. We have 10 minutes.
Zanira, I have a question.
Yes.
And I know you have an answer to that, but pose the question. So speaking of the one of the makasir, that is preservation of life, right? So when we talk of preservation of life, of course, health comes at the first place. So like the health, like you said, that animals pose great risks to our health. But what about the vitamin B12 deficiencies and the leaky gut syndrome that, when you consume too many legumes, imbalances occur in our body. So how do you answer that? Because we have to create a balance. It's all about mizan, right? You mentioned about mizan as well. And also, I've in one of the studies, I found out that this vitamin B12, because I know vegans are taking supplements, vitamin B12 supplements, but in some cases, the body does not absorb. It is a minority, but still, the body fails to absorb that vitamin B12 supplement. So how do you address this?
Okay, so thank you for your question, Naima, and thank you for asking a question which you knew I had the answer to. Very nice of you. So the first thing, talking about mizan, does not necessarily mean that you have a diet that includes everything. Because if you think about it, in our diets we don't really have a balance of all halal animals. The only animals we have are the animals that we're used to. Because how many people are eating low cost and desert lizards in their diets, which are all halal by consensus of the scholars, and saying, oh, we need a balance, and because I eat everything that's halal. I know I wasn't doing that. I've never done that. So the second thing about B12 is that, first of all, we need to know that B12 is not produced from animals. In fact, the animals that are raised in factory farms are fed B12 by these huge, like, gallons of liquid B12 supplements are given to them. And the reason for that is that B12 is produced by bacteria in the soil. And one study found that Indian vegetarians who moved to the UK, while they were in India, did not have B12 deficiency. When they moved to the UK, they had B12 deficiency. And the reason for that was that the vegetables and fruits that they were eating in India were not as, produced in as sanitary conditions. So basically they were getting some dirt and some soil on that, and therefore they were getting B12. There are many sources of B12, including a certain plant that was found recently. It's called duckweed. And of course, we're not suggesting that people like I said, wherever possible, people should go vegan. And if they have health reasons, I think that's a valid reason. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments and questions?
Just a follow-up, Zanira. So if an animal is ethically raised, should we eat animals then?
Okay.
So animals are ethically raised?
Yeah, thank you. Okay, so the problem is, like, I think we were speaking about this yesterday as well, is that, we live in an urbanized world, and most people do not have access to animals that are raised healthily. They don't have the opportunity to do that themselves, to raise an animal free range. And if we were to raise free range animals to just provide for the US alone, we would need 4 more Earths just to do that. So that's just not a possibility for the large majority of the world's population. But besides that, the reason why I think we shouldn't advocate for this, especially in halal discourses, is, like I said yesterday, these animals are extremely expensive. And when we say that, oh, we should limit, Muslims should limit their consumption to halal animals, and then, you still have this assumption or the supposition that we need to eat animals, and therefore we should only eat halal animals. And then what that leads to is just saying that only people who can afford to pay 30 pounds for chicken should be allowed to eat animals. First, we need to challenge the, status quo and the worldview, just saying we don't need them to survive. And in fact, it's causing us a great deal of harm.
Yes, you're right. Right. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Further comments? We still have 4 minutes left.
There's a question, Dr. Ray, in the chat box for Zanira.
Ah, where is that? I'm not checking the chat box.
I can't see it either.
Is there any benefits from veganism that won't be arrived at through instead our factory farming and sticking to organic and ethically raised meat in moderation?
Okay, I think I missed part of the question, but I think I understood where it's getting at. So yes, there are benefits to veganism that cannot be achieved even through, organic farming of animals. So the first thing is something called POP, persistent organic pollutants. And so these are chemicals that are found in the environment, basically. The problem arises when animals eat those chemicals, and this largely happens with people who eat fish, and especially fish that are higher up in the food web. So what happens is that these organic pollutants, there are two processes called bioaccumulation and biomagnification. And because of these two processes, what happens is that these pollutants get lodged in the fat, only in animal fat. So they're not absorbed by plants, or if they are by plants, you can always wash, pesticides and things like that. If you soak them in salt water, that it removes it for a large percentage. But you can't really remove hormones and antibiotics that have been fed to an animal. But when these persistent organic pollutants get lodged in the animal fat, and then a human being eats them, or an animal eats them, and then another animal eats them, and then a human being eats them, which happens in the Inuit communities in Canada, where they eat a lot of seafood and whales. They're found to have extremely high, basically very high incidence of certain diseases and very low life expectancy. And the reason for that is because they're eating these animals, and the toxicity of that pollutant gets magnified by up to 1,000%, depending on how much it has been, how long it has been in the food web. So there's that. But also there was a study that found that eating organic meat does not reduce the risk of cancer either. And of course, I would say personally right now in our world, the most important reason why we should be going vegan is because it's not a personal choice anymore. Especially we see that when this virus comes up, and a lot of people blame, Chinese people for bringing it to the fore. But the point is that lots of similar animal viruses, zoonotic viruses, such as in the Middle East, like MERS from camels, have emerged from camels, and the bird flu from chickens. So all of these things show us that the potential that for harm that a certain superbug like this can cause, I think we all understand that now, and we've all seen it now. So why would you take that risk? And that risk always exists as long as there are food animals being raised. And that only can be reduced by avoiding raising animals.
Thank you very, very much. A most comprehensive reply. We will need to finish this session, this paper now, but there'll be more opportunity after the next presentation for discussion. Thank you very much, Zanira. If you could stop sharing your PowerPoint.
I'm trying.
Okay. While you're doing that, let me, great pleasure in introducing Dr. Abdul Fattah Muhammad, who is going to present his paper on faith, ethics, and the food nexus, looking at Islamic charities. We're very sorry about the mix-up from yesterday, Abdul Fattah, but please feel free to go ahead. The floor is yours.
Okay. Thank you very much, Professor Ray, and my thanks goes to CILE for having me here today, inviting me here to join you in this excellent debate. That's really a pleasure, and I really see it as an opportunity as well to highlight the roles and contributions of Islamic charities in this issue of faith, ethics, and food nexus debate. What I will try to cover here mainly is to highlight the challenges, first of all, the global challenges, the global frameworks around us, basically, and then to present those efforts and contributions by NGOs, non-governmental organizations, or you call them non-profit organizations, philanthropy activities, in the spirit of faith, in the spirit of ethics, with a compass of morality, hopefully. And presenting these is to really get them recognized, because most of these activities, most of these efforts, whether locally here in Qatar as one of the GCC countries, or in Saudi Arabia, or in countries like Egypt, or even beyond that, by Islamic charities and NGOs working across the globe, I think there is very little kind of recognition and notice for such efforts, of course, moved and inspired by what is there in faith, basically. So this is hopefully going to be a quick, very, very quick kind of intervention or contribution. We know that based on the Islamic faith, that in the Quran, in the Holy Quran, وَكُلُوا وَاشْرَبُوا وَلَا تُسْرِفُوا إِنَّهُ لَا يُحِبُّ الْمُسْرِفِينَ, Surah Al-Ma'idah. Eat and drink and do not waste or do not go overboard, as interpretation of such guidance in the Quran. As well, we know from the maqasid of Sharia that preservation of life, of course, involves the issue of preservation of life from any harm, including the harm of hunger and the harm of poverty. And this is why we see the connectivity between the maqasid of Sharia and the global development frameworks, like of sustainable global sustainable development goals that was been rallying since 2015 until 2030 for every government, for every country, to take it as it is, basically the roadmap to develop countries, basically in terms of the issues related to human development, society development, social development, as well as preservation of the environment and growth of the economy, responsible growth of the economy, in order to have inclusivity and equality, basically, in the development processes globally. And in Islam, we see that many ritualities, acts of faith, that is connected to solidarity, connected to compassion. And I see this is the window where we can have this faith and ethics coming together, basically, to address some of those global issues, basically. Now, the question is, what are the global issues, global challenges that we have in hand? There are many of them, and the list is so long, and it goes long and long, basically, if we want to look at them. Right now, we have COVID-19, and COVID-19 has impacted the food supply chains in many ways, because of the measures that has been set by COVID-19 already has made it difficult for many communities, especially less advantaged communities, poor communities, to get on board and to engage with the activities that they were doing, because these activities require, to work in communities, to work in groups, and so on, and has been quite basically difficult. And of course, this has impacted prices somehow of food, which is another challenge since the crisis of food security in 2008. Of course, we have poverty and hunger are still with us globally, and there are many reports that I could probably highlight or share with you, just to bring this issue of food security in perspective. The other thing is food security issues now has been connected as well to problems of violence. Due to climate change, we have seen number of conflicts do happen because of the conflict between the pastorals and the farmers, basically, and conflicts due to land grabbing that affects the pastoral communities, affects the farmers, and affects basically many communities, especially in Africa. And the other challenge is, of course, is related to the use of food instead of the use of food, which is what we call biofuel, the use of food to mitigate the high prices of fuel and energy. And there is a lot of food crops that has been engineered to become fuels and to help offsetting the need for energy. We have seen as well, you know, a number of sub-Saharan countries that due to the droughts and famines and shortages of food, like the case of Niger, and the case, of course, in other sub-Saharan countries, this has as well fueled challenges, and of course, people have lost their livelihood and their livestock and so on. That it made it so difficult for them to respond basically to day-and-day life. On the other side, in advantaged communities like wealthy countries and so on, we see the crisis of obesity and the crisis of food waste, among other crises related again to the consumption of food and the lack of recycling systems of food. Islamic charities are not necessarily contributing or advocating or supporting in all of these kind of the overall chain related to food or has to do with food, but it is contributing somehow to reduce the waste and to benefit from the surplus food, especially for the migrant workers, like some of the cases that I'm going to highlight. But going back to the SDGs, in 2015, of course, global leaders have agreed to establish the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals that has 17 goals. Of course, the key goals here are goal number 2, which is dedicated to end hunger, basically globally by 2030. Unfortunately, many Islamic charities and community organizations at community level, most of their activities, most of their work might not be well recognized as contributing to basically the Sustainable Development Goals, especially goal number 2. And of course, governments are responsible to set what we call the frameworks to end hunger, to end poverty. Yet, of course, NGOs and community organizations, because they are dispersed around many countries, they work at many levels, community level, local level, national level, and so on. And even those global NGOs who come to support during crisis and during conflicts and during disasters and so on, in order to provide what they can provide, as it is already happening while we are talking in Gaza after the recent attacks and the recent crisis in Gaza. The United Nations World Health Organization, WHO, has published a report in 15 July 2019 about the world hunger, because WHO and WFP are the ones who monitor basically the world hunger, and they produce world hunger maps basically to find out where is the hunger are located, which countries are having higher levels of hunger. We can see this in sub-Saharan countries as well as in countries like Yemen and Syria, conflict countries, DRC and others. We can see that this is happening and taking place, unfortunately, without window to end the conflict, especially in Yemen. Yemen being dependent on basically imported goods and imported basically materials to help the country. And the country is not sufficient with the basic food and the basic livestock that is needed for the country. And there are no sufficient as well agro, you can say, coverage in terms of the necessary kind of agro materials or agro products, basically, for the country. So there are a number of indicators regarding world hunger, especially that is affecting children, that they are not getting sufficient nutrition, and many of them could die before reaching 5 years of age, or even earlier than that, because they're not having the nutrition supplement that is needed, especially in conflict zones, in conflict areas. Of course, with the COVID-19 pandemic, the problem became more, basically, it exacerbated the crisis. One report that is reported, I think, by the BBC is that 4 children in every hour die because of out of hunger, basically. And that's, of course, is a challenge for our ethics and for our morality when we see incidents or events like this taking place for conflicts made by humans, and it will never end unless humans sit together and try to find a solution. Of course, there are many effects for this that is really causing displacement and causing communities to cross borders and become refugees and so on. And of course, refugees are facing difficult times when it comes to communities. For example, displacement and communities are facing difficult times, especially if that comes with during the winter time, where there is a need for shelter in addition to a need for food and so on and so forth. And hopefully, when we highlight the role of NGOs, we can highlight this their roles, basically, in the whole chain as much as I can, hopefully, in this few minutes. One key thing that I should highlight as well, the Arab communities, even before Islam, were well known for feeding as a customary tradition before the dawn of Islam, for feeding generously guests and strangers. And of course, the Arabs before Islam, they were, of course, Christian Arabs, like the case of Hatim al-Ta'i, who has been well known as the most generous Arab before the time of Islam. And he was even well known that in one night when he had his guests coming, he slaughtered his horse to feed his guests. And this has been, of course, well respected in the Islamic tradition, basically, and well noted, I could say, in the Islamic tradition. So this element was there already in the Arab tribes and Arab, basically, communities, even before Islam. And after Islam, it has been as well, basically, recommended to continue feeding strangers and to connect that with reward in the day after. The evidences for that from the Quran and Sunnah are many, and there is no time to really bring that forward. But the key thing I want to forward here is the rituality. Many ritualities in Islam are connected to solidarity, connected to ethics, basically. This is not a phenomena connected only to Islam. We know that some of the global NGOs' history is connected to crisis, is connected to famine. Many of us know probably Oxfam as a global NGO, but they don't know the history or the background of Oxfam. Oxfam is Oxford Famine. It's a group of responsible people who are basically get together in the Second World War in 1942 to basically get together and try to help the Greek community that were, like, blockaded by the enemy at that time. Of course, the enemy of allied countries, blockaded, and they cannot have access to food, and they had the famine, basically. So Oxfam was established in 1942, basically as a group responsible, driven by of course, by faith, by ethics, and to stand up with those communities and to be in solidarity with them, and to stop that blockade, at least by accessing humanitarian aid, food, and necessary items inside. And now Oxfam, of course, is one of the main global NGOs, but we have to remember the history, how this NGO was established at the first place. Then we have, of course, another example is Islamic Relief Worldwide, probably the largest Islamic charity in the world, based in the UK. It was established in Birmingham, 1984, by Dr. Hani Al-Banna. He was a fellow student in basically in Birmingham University studying medicine, and at that time, with his friends, they made a response to the Ethiopian famine and African and famine in Africa in general. And they launched an appeal, and they went from door to door. It was so humble, so beginnings, and even they were collecting pennies, you can say, not sterling pounds. And they were able basically to establish a well-respected, a well-known global NGO, Islamic Relief. This, of course, has been established in 1984, and since then, Islamic Relief Worldwide has contributed to 120 million people across the world, maybe in 70 countries. The feeding, of course, goes day by day, and people can feed strangers, can feed people, migrant workers, and so on, and this happens. But of course, there are seasons for feeding. I mean, the well-known season was the one that passed just 2 weeks ago, the month of Ramadan, when Muslims observe fasting and observe the breaking of the fast. And usually there is like what you call iftar as-saim, which is feeding others basically, and feeling, of course, a hunger for those who experience fasting. So donating to feed hungry people, to feed people fasting, and even those who are not really fasting, is quite a well-known practice in Qatar. Here you can see before COVID-19, lots of tents, lots of basically designed to basically feed others. The second event, the second season is Qurbani, Adahi, which is going to take place a few weeks from now, maybe 5-6 weeks, hopefully, on the 10th of the Hijjah, the last month, the last Hijri month. And of course, this is an event where the people who are going to pilgrimage, they will slaughter sheep and cattle and so on, prescribe it as per the type of Hajj they are taking place. And even those who are not making Hajj, staying at home, they can do the same ritual basically. Some of the cases that is really that I would like to share with you is an initiative here in Qatar by Eid Foundation called Hifz al-Ni'ma. This is an initiative that was established in 2008, and since then, almost since 2008, they have probably fed 4.7 million meals. They collect surplus food from homes, especially after events or from wedding kind of events. They collect the surplus food, put them in the best way they can, and they can share it with people who are in need of food. The same thing goes on. This initiative is well known in some of the Gulf countries, in Saudi, UAE, Kuwait, and other countries. So I think going into these kind of case studies will show how Islamic charities are involved and engaged in feeding. And Muslim NGO in Britain called Muslim Hands have already, in 2017, distributed the meat of 700,000 qurbani for needy communities. In Egypt, a well-known practice is Mawa'id al-Rahman, which is like tables, what you call the tables for free iftar, and they call it Mawa'id, Ma'ida, which is a table, Ar-Rahman, which is an attribute of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, God. And this is for free iftar in the streets of Cairo. And I think for those who have been in Egypt during the month of Ramadan, they have probably noted that. And the notable as well initiative in Egypt is Bank al-Ta'am al-Masri, the Egyptian food bank. I have had the opportunity to meet with the director of this food bank, an excellent initiative in a country which is 100 million people. Of course, definitely in Turkey, in Indonesia, Malaysia, Pakistan, and many other places, there is a similar kind of initiatives of food banks, basically. One of the challenges is, of course, especially in Gulf countries, is food waste. One of the studies in 2016 have highlighted that the food waste in Qatar has been 250 kilogram per day, a total kind of food waste, basically. And that's, of course, could go up to annually up to 20 million. And this has, of course, when we talk about food waste, we are not talking about food waste only at consumption, but as well on the whole process from harvesting, manufacturing, distribution, consuming, and waste. A good initiative that has been recently established is WAHAB by a community organization here in Qatar to do composting of the food waste or recycling of that, basically. The cases of Islamic charities are quite many. Qatar Charity is well known for its initiative from the farm to bakery, especially in Syria for the displaced communities and many other places. Qatar Red Cross is the same, has been engaged in a wheat program, basically harvesting and so on, in quite good quantities. This is just a quick highlight how Islamic charities are engaged in this basically in this nexus of faith, ethics, and food. I hope I have given you a little bit of an idea, and I'm okay. I'm free to if you have any questions. Professor Ray, the microphone is with you.
Thank you very much. A very comprehensive coverage. We have 6 minutes left for discussion on this paper, and then we will move to a broader discussion of all the papers, where we will have half an hour. Please, any comments or questions? Okay.
I have a question, Ray, if I may.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Assalamu alaikum, Dr. Abdul Fattah. Thank you for the very insightful presentation. A quick question. I mean, it's good that you mentioned all the case studies, and actually we had also a very good presentation from our dear colleagues from Toronto yesterday, also on their experience when it comes to food security and all. And there was a question that we discussed on the sustainability of these initiatives, because effectively you mentioned the iftar in Ramadan, you mentioned the the udhiyah and all of these examples, but how can we scale up the activities of charities for food security? And we've seen the challenges also of COVID-19, etc. What do you think the action areas that charities should focus on if we want to think about a more sustainable solution in terms of supporting food security?
Excellent. Thank you very much, Professor Dalal, and it's good to see you again. I mean, after COVID-19, people have been as well dispersed, and I think what we have been advocating within the Islamic charities communities, whether here or in Britain or in Africa, is to engage donors in agro projects, basically in development projects, because as we all know, to give someone a fish, it will feed him for 1 day, but to teach him how to fish, it will just help him and empower him for the whole life. So I think the approach is to engage Islamic charities and community groups into developmental projects, into agro projects, agriculture projects, livestock projects, basically. And this, of course, cannot happen only on donors level, on countries like Qatar or Saudi or GCC. It has to happen on community level in countries of need, basically, where capacity building programs to engage with the farmers, to engage with basically people at the level of fishermen, farmers, pastorals, engage with them and to ensure what solution we can provide in terms of sustainability at that level. I think that's the answer, because otherwise everything, as you mentioned, either it is seasonal like the iftar or like adahi. Even though adahi, there was an initiative by Islamic Development Bank years ago. I didn't follow this initiative. I mean, right now, it was to slaughter, of course, the sheep and then store them and do the distribution across basically across the year to feed communities. But still, we need to face the problems at the ground, basically. And this is where we need to help and empower communities who are farmers, pastorals, fishermen, and so on, to get the right skills and to achieve food security at their home side or at their community side. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Abdel Fattah.
Welcome.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? We could go straight into the broader discussion now, and we will have half an hour to do that, and then I will give everybody a break at that point, because it's been having 4 papers consecutively is a bit taxing, but it's been so stimulating and interesting. So thank you very much, Dr. Abdel Fattah, for your tremendous presentation. And I open the floor now for comments and questions for any of the 4 speakers. Well, if nobody is going to come forward right now, let me ask a question, Abdel Fattah. If you could, one of the issues that was raised yesterday was the issue of Islamic charities that in certain countries, at least, perhaps more so in the United States than elsewhere, but perhaps Europe as well, suffer from attacks to their credibility with regard to, Islamophobic issues around terrorism and so on. And I know that you've done some research on that in the past. I wonder if you could make some comment about them in relation to food and how those activities against them have perhaps affected their ability to alleviate food insecurity.
Yeah. Okay. I think we all know that since 9/11, 2001, and the commencement of what is known as the global war on terrorism, Islamic charities have faced many kind of basically measures at the level of governments, basically, including, of course, the United States, because they have been confused as being conduits or cover for funneling Islamic funds to terrorist groups and violent groups. There were no much of an evidence to have such a wide brush on all Islamic charities. There could be some of them who have been, engaged in some activities because of a lack of accountability, lack of good governance, and lack of transparency. But not many, basically, who have been engaged in such. But the thing is, what we have seen, basically, is that those charities who work in conflict zones, basically, like the case of Somalia, if they are working in areas like Somalia or Gaza, or at some time in Afghanistan, they are in a difficult position, because if they are active in an area where a terrorist group is active, like Al-Shabaab in Somalia, these terrorist groups, they try to basically control the aid supplies. And unfortunately, when the aid supply is controlled, it's going to be resold to the communities, and then it will become another difficulty for those communities because of this issue of controlling territories, basically. And this is why World Food Program in Somalia, I believe in 2011, they had a difficulty to distribute food. And one of the crises was that some of those distributors of food chain down there were connected to warlords in the era of, of warlords in Somalia. And some of those warlords, basically, they sell these kind of food supplies, which makes it, again, difficult. Or the terrorist groups, they start to fight with these kind of warlords. And I think one of the good examples that has helped somehow was the Organization of Islamic Cooperation, when it engaged with the World Food Program to take a role that can help basically ensuring that the food can reach communities in need without creating the backlash, basically, because some of those international NGOs or international organizations have been basically perceived as an added kind of arsenal to this war on terror, basically. So communities in conflict, basically, they are caught in troubles. That's number one. Number two, we have seen the case of refugees, for example, especially after the conflict in Syria, and the International Humanitarian Summit, when we had the advocacy for those communities. Some of the solutions were innovations, basically, innovative solutions, like instead of giving cash to refugees or to the people in need, they are given basically electronic cards, and this card, they can disperse the food they need from specific places, and they can disperse as well any other kind of needs, and they can even pay rent and so on and so forth. So to avoid the element of cash, even though cash transfer has been a global agenda when it comes to basically development. But somehow this was like a mitigating solution for the concerns on cash transfer to conflict zones and so on. This is just few examples, basically. And of course, donor communities like NGOs from the US or from the UK, they have been under, of course, many pressures, whether it is classifying them or designating them as funneling or supporting terrorist activities, especially in conflict zones, or basically having some Islamophobic kind of, reactions inside even their communities. I mean, the subject is quite huge, Professor Ray, and it requires how this war on terror impacts food chain and food cycle and so on. It's quite, of course, quite a long debate. I have been engaged with this debate for 20 years, so I'm just giving a quick overview.
Thank you very much. That was very, very helpful. Thanks a lot. Other questions and comments? The floor is open for anybody to come in at this point. Saeed, did I?
Yes.
Are you interested?
Yes. Okay. I have a question to Zanira. First, thanks, Zanira, for this new input. Most of the papers presented were trying to challenge and fix the system from the inside. I mean, just to provide answers and solutions from within the system. But your paper is actually taking us into another unexpected dimension. You use maqasid to reverse the ruling from maslaha in eating animals, or in animal food, to a mafsada, which is very interesting. You advocated for vegan alternative, but have you considered that this alternative may also have harms involved in it? So now we have the mafsada in all different situations. Am I right? I mean, my question is, this alternative also may have, if we apply the same maqasidi, foundation that you use will end up with the same conclusion.
Thank you for your question. I'm not really sure that I'm clear on what you're asking, because of course we know that there are some harms going to be caused by agriculture, and I think the statistics that I was focusing on, I was just trying to show that the harms of agriculture for animals in our time, specifically, given the population, the human population that we're required to feed, and given the amount of resources that we have and the climate change, water running out, land becoming largely unusable, that animal agriculture is making that worse. And I think I would refer you to the World Economic Forum, the meat series, and it dives into depth exactly and sees how we need to move to large-scale plant-based diets. Otherwise, we just simply don't have the resources to feed people. So the fact of the matter is that we do have the resources to feed, a lot of people, because if you look at it, every year we slaughter 70 billion animals, and the feed that we give them is not grass, which human beings cannot consume, but it's largely corn and soy, which can be consumed by human beings. But just because of the large-scale demand for meat and for dairy, that feed is diverted to animals. I don't know if that answers the question, but can you give me a specific example of like the mafsada that you think could come from plant-based agriculture?
No, I mean, if we use the same principle of like is using certain pesticides in planting, for example, this may end up with unhealthy food as well. So it's a mafsada still, right?
Sorry, in what? In the same principle in what?
If we are using the pesticides in plantation, we're ending up with unhealthy food, unhealthy vegetables, for example, right?
I am so sorry. I can't understand what you're saying. Can you rephrase when you said about if we're using the same principles in?
Okay. Well, you used the maqasid, in order to conclude that more harms in using or in feeding or in eating animals, right?
Mm-hmm.
Animal meat, right? So if we're using the same principle with other types of food, vegetarian food, we can also have harms in it using pesticides or other also additions to the process of plantation. So we have the mafsada as well there.
I am so sorry.
Okay, that's fine. It's fine.
Okay, no. So basically, of course, there's going to be mafsada. Like there's mafsada in everything. Like just because of nothing is a pure benefit, and the scholars agree that some sort of harm is going to be caused by certain action. And but the thing is that I don't know. Did you see the statistics? Because the statistics are very clear, and that the harms any harm of agriculture, like when we see agriculture as a large, I agree with you in that agriculture in itself as an activity in itself does have harm, but the majority of that 77% of that comes from animal farming. I hope that answers the question.
Okay, thank you, yes.
I have one question to Zanera. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning. Please go ahead.
Yes. Thank you so much, Zanera, for your presentation. I really liked it. But some of the arguments against, for example, Islamic veganism is that you have human populations in all over different territories. For example, you have in deserts and you have in agricultural lands. For example, in a desert, the main source of protein is going to be meat source. It's not going to be through other means of plant-based protein. So how do you respond to this proposition?
Yeah, thank you. Obviously, yes, that's very true. But I just want to point out that for the large majority of the world, since we live in urbanized areas now, we do have access to lots of things. So for instance, I live in Qatar, and in Qatar, before industrialization of agriculture and all of that, the main source of protein was not meat, but it was fish. So, and also when we see like the Prophet ﷺ lived in the desert, and Aisha radiallahu anha narrates that we lived off of the two black things, dates and water, which is, plant-based food. And she says that it was a rare occurrence that we would have meat or milk. But so even in that society where they did not have plant-based alternatives, they had dates, they had barley, and there's also mention of vinegar and barley, and that was just most of their feasts that were comprised of those things. Of course, now we do have more options, and companies across the world are actually racing to create more plant-based alternatives. Recently, oat milk company Oatly, a Swedish company, went public, and it raised $13 billion. It's predicted to raise 10 billion. But basically what I'm trying to say is there's an increasing demand for this. It's clear in the economic side of things, it's clear that it's becoming highly profitable. But of course, there's going to be food deserts. So for instance, like I mentioned, the Inuit people who only have access to fish. The thing that we have to remember is that obviously, like I said, we should do this wherever possible. We cannot force, whenever there's no choice, we cannot say that that's a moral choice. So we know for a fact that, because of Hezbollah, if someone doesn't have access to any food and the only thing they have access to is pork and alcohol, that they should eat that and drink that to maintain themselves. So even if there are harms, in order to, when it's needed for survival, we're not saying that people should die instead of, eating animals. I hope that answers it.
Yeah, yes, thank you.
Yes, I may have asked a generic question too, if you don't mind.
Sure, of course.
I'm picking up from Dr. Saeed's question actually about switching from meat-based food system to vegan or plant-based food system. I believe from what you have explained in your presentation that one of the main causes of the mafsada that is happening in the animal sector is basically the practices that have led those who are in charge of those animals to basically cause them mafsada because of their practices, partly to increase their profitability and also to meet the high demand. But even if we switch to a plant or a vegan-based food system, still there's going to be high demand, and which means that the practices that have been followed in the first system may be replicated in the second system, therefore leading to the same outcome. So how does Maqasid account for that problem as far as the individual and the collective practices that are leading to this outcome?
Okay, so the first thing that I want to say is that we need to destroy capitalism, right? So I'm not for any capitalist policies that are going to help, whether that, even within plant-based food systems, that is an issue and that is a hindrance to social justice. So even if that's in the plant-based food system, we need to, work to just completely change that. Obviously, it's a huge endeavor, but that's not something that I'm going to defend. But secondly, I just want to say that the fact, like you said, you correctly identified the fact that the reason why a lot of these abuses are happening is just because to provide for, to meet the high demand, that's basically a necessity to stuff animals together. And when you stuff animals together, they get very aggressive. So you need to cut their beaks off so that they don't bite each other. And then you need to cut their wings off so that they don't fly. And so these are things that are, kind of become a necessity for them. It's not like people set out to abuse animals, but it's just that people set out to make profit and meet demands, and these things become necessary in doing so. The difference is that we know for a fact that, especially from the hadith, I would say, that animals are sentient beings and plants are not. So we have a hadith that tell us, we don't have a hadith, for example, that tell us before you pick a date from a tree, or before you, I don't know, cut a carrot, make sure you do it with ihsan, and make sure the other carrots don't see the carrot being cut with a knife. But we have these ahadith to say that about animals, that we shouldn't subject them to seeing the slaughter of other animals, that you should give them water, that you should treat them well, that you should not burden them beyond what they can bear. So when it comes to industrialized agriculture is a necessity just because of population. So that is going to happen. So the abuse, but the difference is that in animal agriculture, the product, quote unquote product, is a sentient being, and these, because they're basically treated like commodities, so that is, you know, haram to treat them like that. But as far as we understand, plants don't feel the same kind of pain or emotional suffering that animals do, that we see from the hadith tradition. Then we see that if industrialization is a necessity, then we see that the plants are not being harmed. Like I said, of course, because of capitalist policies, it's the workers that are going to be at harm. And there's a lot of literature on workers being harmed in slaughterhouses, and even incidents of like workers just being slaughtered in like the mechanized facility, and the manager just doesn't switch it off, because if he switches that off, then it's just, you know, going to, the entire factory is going, the entire like machine is going to have to shut down. So he just let the worker get slaughtered and paid him like his family like a meager amount. So terrible things like that do happen, and that is a huge problem. But that of course is because of capitalism, and like we need to work for like workers' rights as a separate thing.
That's exactly my point. From a mufti point of view, if someone is a mufti, how should they render a fatwa? Should it be based on the status quo or how things should be? Because according to your argument, based on the status quo, they would most likely give a haram fatwa for consuming such foods. But based on how things should be, the answer is going to be different. So, and they should factor the maqasid that you just explained at the beginning of your presentation. So from a mufti point of view, how should they give a fatwa? Should they give it based on the status quo or how things should be?
I don't fully understand your question. Can you rephrase it, please?
Basically, that a mufti should factor the maqasid al-sharia in their fatwa. So when they give a fatwa to someone who is basically consuming this animal-based food, should they give them fatwa based on that the food system, the animal system is basically rigged with so many problems that would eventually make it haram, or therefore they will direct them to use vegan based food system?
I don't know if I understand it, but I think, of course, like in general, the things that we do should be based on, you know, what is in fact happening, like on the ground in reality, and not like what we wish was happening. I don't know if that answers it.
Okay, yes, it does. Thanks a lot.
Thank you. Any further comments or questions? Naima, you are hovering there.
Sorry, actually, I'm using my mobile. Is it okay now?
Yes. Do you want to ask a question or do you make a comment?
Okay, yes. So my comment basically on Zanira to you is that considering like I was just connecting yesterday's presentation on the by the speakers on this five pillars of you know, giving charity, the model that they presented. So I was just trying to link it with your presentation, that the strong focus that our religion places on the, you know, the importance of animals, be it udya or kafara, expiation or akika. So this places animals on a higher pedestal, that they are a higher source of you know, food security, because these are all means, like they mentioned, the speakers mentioned yesterday. All these are just means to provide food to the poor. So how can we argue that animals don't have a place in the food system?
Naima, you were very hard for me to listen to. I just want to clarify. Are you saying how can we say animals don't have a place because otherwise poor people wouldn't have food, like in terms of charity?
So I was just saying, can you hear me now? Zanira, can you hear me?
Not very clearly. Can you please speak up?
Now is it better?
Yes, okay.
Okay. So what I was trying to find, common link between yesterday's presentation and your presentation, that such strong focus on animals and their role in curbing this issue of hunger from the world, because this is just a way that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has created these opportunities for the poor, to feed the poor, be it through udya, be it through kafara or akika and sadaqah. So how can we argue that, if we just shun this idea away, that animals are creating more havoc than benefit, then how do we justify our instances from the Sira that these are the main sources of feeding the poor, under the 5 pillars that they mentioned yesterday? This was my question. I hope it's clear now.
Okay, thank you. Yes, it's clear. So again, like you said, even from what you said itself, like you can hear that, the point, it's an objectives-based thing, right? So it's not the aim is not to eat meat, but the aim is to feed the poor, to increase social justice, to create a culture of charity and of caring and empathy for each other. I think from my presentation, you would have understood that this is not being carried out. So first of all, if I take the example of Udhiya, I think it was in the 1980s that Bashir Ahmed Masri wrote to the people that were basically the Udhiya committee in Hajj, because so many animals were being slaughtered at once that they were all literally just being thrown away because there are not enough poor people to take that. And then in that case, we just have to ask ourselves if the aim of this udhiya is to feed the poor, and we're literally killing an animal and we're throwing it away. It's literally just rotting and not being useful to anybody. Is this objective being attained? But for the vast majority, so udhiya is obviously a seasonal thing, but every other single day, we know, even Dr. Marwan Haddad mentioned it, but there's also been research about global inequality and how countries that are dealing with starvation and famine and extremely, basically just hunger is just a regular thing there. Things that are protein is being grown in terms of plant protein as well as animal protein as well as fish protein, and it's being exported to the United States to feed animals. So eating an animal, for example, right, in these well-to-do countries, and this largely is for people who are able to afford meat, and it is a luxury still in our world, and we see that it correlates, higher income correlates with meat consumption. So the poor, so basically what I'm trying to say is the poor are not actually eating meat. It's the rich that are consuming the most of it. And so the poor are still living on plant-based diets. Moreover, consuming meat is leading to food being diverted because of unfair agricultural policies on the part of states, on the part of corporations, on the part of basically the global north. These unfair and unjust policies continue to happen, and by eating meat, we exacerbate that. But besides that, charities like plant-based food charities, there's a charity called $1 Million Vegan, and in Lebanon also there's charities that basically distribute vegan food. And if you think about it, a lot of charities, even though they don't label themselves vegan, give out food that is vegan, because the staple foods like rice, flour, oil, sugar tend to be plant-based foods, and it's difficult to distribute meat and other things like that. Thank you.
Okay, I think we've harassed Zanira enough. Are there any questions or comments on either Dr. Abdullah's paper or Dr. Dalal's paper in the last 5 minutes that we have left? Well, okay. Thank you, Zanira, for being so gracious with your responses. Look, I think now, if there are no further comments or questions, we can take a 10-minute break, just to get stand up and get your breath, grab a cup of coffee or have something to eat, and we'll be back in 10 minutes for Dr. Bakri Matt's paper, and we'll take it from there. Are there any questions about that or any problems? Okay, great. Well, thank you very much for your cooperation. So it's now 1:27. If we could return at let's say 1:45, have a real break, and then at 1:45 we'll begin exactly at 1:45 with Dr. Bakri Matt from Malaysia. Okay, thank you very much. An excellent session.
Thank you. Thank you, Ray. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just before we begin, welcome back. Thank you all for being so patient. We are now running, of course, behind schedule in order to accommodate Dr. Abdul Fattah, but I think it was worth it. So we're running now about 45 minutes over time for this afternoon session. So we have 3 more papers left, then a discussion, and then there'll be the closing comments. So without further ado, Dr. Bakri from the University of Utara in Malaysia will be talking about Malaysia's challenges and initiatives to strengthen food security in the midst of the global pandemic. Dr. Bakri, the floor is yours. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wabarakatuh, and good afternoon. Thank you very much, Prof. Ray, for the introduction. First of all, I would like to express my gratitude. I feel honored to be invited through my colleague of mine, Dr. Rafida, after receiving an email from Prof. Ray also. So it is a new circle for me. Let me begin by introducing myself. Actually, my field of study is looking into food security from security studies perspective, a branch of field under political science. And I did my research on food security, looking at it from the alternative approach in international studies, international relations, using the human security perspective. But for the purpose of the discussion today, I try to venture on other important concepts looking into food security, especially in the case of Malaysia and its challenges in the midst of global pandemic. This is the outline of my presentation. So I'll start with a little bit of introduction and presenting literatures on food security, cases of food security in Malaysia, COVID-19 and Malaysia's experience, Malaysia's response, the way forward, and the conclusion. So as always, when I engage in any international conference, especially when I discuss on the global food security, I will always like to present this a picture of the darker side when we discuss about the food insecurity, global food insecurity. If you are all aware, this is a picture taken by a photographer named Kevin Carter in March 1993 when he visited South Sudan, which had experienced a famine in that year. But and the picture have won a Pulitzer Award, but soon after, I think about 5 to 10 years after, the photographer has taken his own life due to severe depression. One of the main reasons is because of the fact that while accepting and receiving recognition because of this photograph, but he failed to response to the call to humanity, responsibility to protect the person who are in the picture, which is instead of being a prey, by now is the he himself become the victim. Next is a little bit of introduction. So I start with putting things into perspective within the context of Islamic ethics and principles. Yeah? So Islam has put a great emphasis on food security, and it is one of the most fundamental issues of great concern long before, and it remains until now. But globally, when we talk about food security, the concept itself is synonymous with a crisis of various issues concerned with crisis of supply, shortage, and price fluctuation. And the causes, as explained also by Dr. Fattah before, it is multifactorial. And the diversion of raw material, food material to create, for example, the biofuel has exacerbated the condition. As a result, so the world has experienced food insecurity, food crisis in 2008, in which hunger and death caused 36 countries facing crisis, and we have 920 million, or equivalent to 18% of the global population in year 2010. It is equal to 15% of the total population at that time. Experience hunger and death, and while at the same time we have the MDGs that said to reduce hunger by 8% in year 2015. So definitely it is a failure. And due to the crisis in 2008 also, the world has experienced numbers of issues such as political and social conflict, instability and unrest. Other countries, some other countries has been overthrown because of the food crisis, and we have also contrasting scenario of between the exporting countries and importers. So while the exporters can exercise any policies at their will, either going for banning, restricting, or increasing tax, or vis-a-vis the long-term policies that the countries, importing countries such as Indonesia have shifted into. And the case of Malaysia, so for example, we have engaged in short-term and panic buying. So it is two different or contrasting scenario. And we talk about global pandemic. For your, let me give a little bit of information of what is happening in Malaysia. Actually, Malaysia now is topping the chart in terms of the percentage of infection. And starting tomorrow, the government has announced to implement the national lockdown for the second time from the 1st of June until 14th of June. So it is, there are many reasons that drive the government to implement such policy. Definitely, I think it has already been well reported of the implications due to the variant of concern from several countries that has now been part, has increased the rate of infection in Malaysia. So we can say that COVID-19 pandemic, which has started from its late 2019 and begin to reach its full momentum by March 2020, has caused problems in numbers of ways, including in food sectors, both at domestic and the global level. So my papers aims to explore Malaysia's response to address food insecurity in this global pandemic, while taking into consideration a balanced approach between state and individual responsibility to achieve the objective of Sharia. So let me go into the literatures of I just touched some of the literatures on food security and Islam perspective. So the first is under these categories, I have several key important themes that I have explored, beginning with food security in Islam. So Islam, for example, has assured equality, fairness, equity between citizens, including in nutrition and food in accordance with the teaching of Quran and Sunnah. At the same time, it emphasizes food that is halal and tayyib, not only permissible, but also purity, both in the physical and moral sense. And other important key characteristics has also been well explained by other speakers before on the issues with regard to maslahah and mafsadah, so or common goods. So Islam, Sharia emphasis promote the issues of and protect the common goods and the interests, while at the same time prohibit what is bad and harmful for the public, which we call it as mafsada. So Al-Ghazali in this case explained that anything that complies with the objective of Sharia or maqasid of Sharia can be classified as maslahah, which is to preserve religion, life, intellect, progeny, wealth, and wealth. And he defined maslahah as the ultimate goal of Sharia or Islamic law. And according to Al-Buti in 1986, Islam recognized that acquisition of maslahah is an innate nature of human, or we call it as fitrah. It is our natural tendency. And within this context, Sharia emphasizes the importance of fulfilling basic needs of humans, such as sufficient food supply and drinks, and prohibits anything that can cause fatality. And I would like to reiterate the point made by Prof. Marwan before on the balancing between on the issues pertaining to state responsibility and individual responsibility. Especially, has become more important in time of pandemic. The second key themes of the literature that I would like to explain here is on the food security as a global threat and the issues with regard to food crisis. We have numerous scholars in this regard. For example, Woods, Toka and Macduff, Robert, Cribb, Scanlan, and Kenny, Nicholson and Isaacs studied a lot on the global food insecurity, looking into threat of food crisis, causes, and the contributing factors to food security problems. Second categories on that I have explored before is on the issues pertaining to strategies and policies, such as Timur and Dawe, Livali, Raria, Hopkins, Indolf, discuss food security policies and strategies, including incorporating food economic element in development, introducing food provision system, and propose a resilient concept in food security policy. In Malaysia, we have many other scholars that I would like to name, such as among the earliest pioneer, Fatima Arshad, Larry Wong, Sofian, Dano Samonte, Muhammad Ghazali, me and other colleagues that studied food security policies, intervention in food industry, the impact of development on agriculture and food sectors in Malaysia. Let me go through the second part on COVID outbreak on impacts on food security. So because of the COVID-19 outbreak, we have experienced numbers of issues such as supply interruption due to restricted trade flow in food system, sudden and total losses of market for small retail operators and those heavily dependent on supplying them, shock in retail markets, such as trend in the supply and demand. And we have also in these cities of panic buying that had happened at various levels, lack of manpower due to restricted mobility, mitigating impact on agriculture budgets, cuts and disruptions, and difficulties definitely for vulnerable population to afford foods. So this is generally the implications of COVID-19 outbreak. And at the same time, we have the food security hotspots. Yeah? Before I move further to look into what happened in Malaysia. So definitely the fragile and conflict affected states where logistics and distribution are difficult even without mobility and social distancing become the popular hotspots of food insecurity. Countries affected by multiple crises before. Dr. Fatah did mention on what happened in Africa, such as Somalia, that require the needs, the supports by the NGOs. The poor and vulnerable. So we have, including the 690 million people who are already chronically food insecure before COVID-19 crisis, and countries with significant currency depreciation. And countries that seeing others community crisis collapse that reduce their capacity to import food. So these are the most severely affected countries. This is another diagrams looking into how do we categorize people affected by food insecurity. This is based on figure year 2018 before to the COVID-19 pandemic. So definitely figure in year 2020, the figure will shoot up and will add more. In Malaysia, so security country is the net importer of food and have never reached the level of self-sufficiency, especially for rice. So we have been able to produce 70 to 18% food. It is a staple food in Malaysia. Declining food productivity of agriculture and food sectors in Malaysia, this has become a phenomenon. In 1957, for example, agriculture sector contribute 46% to the GDP, while in 2019 figures we have only 7.1% or equivalent to 101.5 billion ringgit Malaysia. So the figures keep on decreasing. And oil palm was the major contributor to value added of agriculture sector at 7.7%, followed by other agriculture items, livestock, fishing, forestry, logging, and rubber. And in the food sector, so we experience import deficit, and it is growing from 4.94 billion in 2002, now increased up to 18.65 year 2018. Definitely figure in year 2020 will be even more. So because of this, we can say that Malaysia are more prone to exposure to sudden shock that happen in the international market, as we discussed today on the global pandemic implications to food security in Malaysia. And I mentioned earlier, to address the food security issues in Malaysia, so the government has developed numerous strategies. We have a Malaysian plan. We have again Malaysian plan 1 to 10, national agriculture policy 1 and 3, national food security policy responding to food crisis 2008. Then we have national agriculture agro-food policy 1.0 that ended year 2020, and most recent one, we are in the midst of introducing the DAN or National Agri-Food Policy for year 2021 to 2030. So the emphasis has been on the food self-sufficiency and food self-reliance, market intervention and price control and subsidies, and the role of government-linked agencies such as, in this case, BERNAS or National Agency that has been has been given the authority to manage stock and import of rice. And in these stated policies, we have stated, the government has stated clearly that the objective to achieve at least 70% of SSL for rice. I need to move, I think, a little bit faster because of the time constraint. So these are lists of the national policies from 1980s until 2020, and the most recent National Agriculture Agro-Food Policy 2.0. So this is another figure I did mention clearly before. Okay, and on the COVID-19 Malaysia's experience, we can say that Malaysia has a good track record in demonstrating resilience and robustness in the past food crisis. So not only COVID-19. Malaysia, we can say that it's just a small open economy, but relatively big trading nations. So Malaysia has introduced various instruments to have induced and the functioning of supply. The government has also established policies with regard to global trade and market to ensure the longevity of bilateral and multilateral relationship. So in the according to FAO, for year 2008, Malaysia is among the top 5 countries that benefit from food crisis. Surprisingly, so Global Food Security Index has placed Malaysia in number 44 out of 113 countries in year 2019, and number 43 for 2020. I think I need to move further on the Malaysia experience on implication on food system in Malaysia. So as what happened at the global level, in Malaysia, what we experience is the delay in activities and trade in the port. We experience restriction on delivery of raw material, restriction on the entry of foreign and seasonal workers, and at the same time, small business was also heavily affected by the MCOs. And because of the restriction, we have the many incidences of dumping of stuff, excess. And other important issue that I would like to bring here is the issues pertaining to urban and rural and urban food insecurity. So because of the numbers of urban population has increased over time, definitely the exposures to food insecurity has become even more severe for urban residents. On the other aspects, on the impacts of key players in the industry, so according to Government Research Institute, MARDI 2020, 64% cannot do business due to the restriction, and 70%, only 70% can operate within the normal working hour. At the same time, we have also 48% has been experiencing prohibition to market their products. So this is the grim side of the, we talk about global pandemic impact in COVID-19 impacts on food system in Malaysia. So to respond to this, government has implement several policies. And first,
Dr. Bakri, you've got 2 minutes left.
Okay, let me simplify. Thank you very much, Prof. First, introducing the economic stimulus package amount worth 126 billion in the first phase, and then followed by the stimulus package that we call it as Penjana, that offers support and enhancing the capabilities of agriculture and food sectors in Malaysia. So numbers as follows, I cannot go deeper, but the first is more of to take care of the needy, especially to protect the people that we divided according to their level of income, below 40%, who are we call it as vulnerable groups with income less than 10,000 for household, whole household, and middle income population of M40 with their income of about 12,000 to 20, and then the top 20. So this is the two stimulus package that have been introduced. Sorry, I need to be a little bit faster. And then furthermore, the mitigation measures, the government has taken the proactive and responsive measures in balancing food health and economic sustainability and livelihood of the people. And several utilization product has been listed and to be monitored very closely, including food and beverages items, including imported items, agriculture and fisheries, including imports, pharmaceutical and chemical and all chemical and drug production, and household products. Another important thing that to highlight is the mitigation measures for COVID-19. So militias are among the top 5 highest in terms of stimulus packages throughout by the government in the Asia Pacific. And militias also considered to be among the top 5 who have implemented a stimulus package within among the ASEAN countries. Sorry. Another important part is the establishment of the pandemic has resulted in government establishing the special committee on national food security, which are in place right now. The highest one chaired by the Prime Minister, followed by the executive committee chaired by Minister of Agriculture, and the third category is cluster on food security, chaired by relevant ministries. At the same time, for the National Agri-Food Policy 2.0, it increased, it emphasizes so much on the resilience of food supply chains. So this is a very important issues to be highlighted because of the fact that global pandemic has affected food chain badly, be it at the domestic and also definitely at the both domestic and the global level. With my consultation, my other consultation with relevant agencies, for example, in this case, my group have proposed several important issues, steps to be forwarded for the considered as part of the policies, national agro-food policies. Yeah? For example, introduction of urban agriculture initiative because of the vulnerable nature of the urban residents. We expand the marketing of the fresh frozen products to enable a product that has been produced in other places to reach the more needed areas. Yeah? Empower the price catches application so that people can compare the price of the materials in the market. And we suggest the introduction of database system for the wholesale and retail sector. And the last one, we have suggested to the government to improve monitoring through various agencies under the ministries. And these suggestions have been put forward also through the consultation with UNESCO, that's still in the midst of publication. As a conclusion, so in line with the objective of Sharia, government has always prioritized effort to strengthen agriculture and food sector due to its non-traditional characteristics because it is a threat that transcends national boundaries. Yeah? And we have various initiatives carried out through this period that showcase militia's priority and concern to ensure food supply are not badly affected and people are capable to survive in the midst of pandemic. As a way forward, nationally, I think the government has need to emphasize in these policies to consider trade-off between short-term commitment and versus the long-term gain. Second, parallel emphasis should be given between top-down approach and the bottom-up approach. Yeah? This is the bottom-up approach to me is very important. We need to empower people. That brings me to the last point, empowering people that will enhance the entitlement in line with what has been well discussed by Amartya Sen, for example. I think with that note, I end the discussion. Shukran jazilan. Thank you very much. Terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you, Prof. Ray.
Thank you very much. A very comprehensive presentation on Malaysia. Thank you so much. Unfortunately, you took nearly the whole 30 minutes. We have just time for maybe one comment, one question, or we could just wait for the discussion session later rather than, in the interest of time, I think if you don't mind, let us, if people can hold their questions and comments for Dr. Bakri until the discussion session after the next two papers. Thank you very much.
I'm okay with that, Prof. Thank you.
Thank you. So now we will move on to Dr. Sumaya Hassan from the University of Cape Town, who is going to present her paper, The Virtue of Temperance and the Vice of Overindulgence, with a case study from Cape Town. Thank you very much. The floor is yours.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. So the title of my presentation is The Virtue of Temperance and the Vice of Overindulgence, a case study of perceptions in Muslim households in Cape Town, South Africa. In the outline, we have background, which looks at the impact of overindulgence and health-related problems associated with gluttony in the context of concerns over food insecurity in South Africa. And in order to recognize overindulgence as a vice, the contrast with the virtue of moderation within the Muslim tradition will be presented. We have objectives, research questions, methodology, results, and conclusion. In the next slide, we have overindulgence context. Amidst context of food insecurity is to a great extent considered as a serious personal and social problem in South Africa, bringing about obesity and linked medical issues. Like the rest of the world, South Africa has been scarred by the global epidemic of obesity as a consequence of the overconsumption of high energy-dense foods and beverages. Recent studies indicate that nearly 75% of South Africans are overweight, and 4 in 10 are clinically obese. The country ranks the 7th fattest nation in the world. That is 68% of women and 31% of men are obese, while children are at 13.5 with a combination of obesity and overweight. This condition has been intensified by the COVID-19 pandemic. As a result, half of the nation gained weight, with lockdown measures clearly promoting dysfunctional eating and sedentary behaviors. The epidemic has further been exacerbated by cultural beliefs, the denial of a nutritional transition, as well as a lack of health knowledge, which inflicts a detrimental impact on the food insecure. The epidemic affects the population as a whole, including the Muslim community, which will be our focus in this study. There is a lack of data of how serious it is among South African Muslims, given that they are a minority. Nonetheless, research done in Muslim populated countries indicate a strong presence of the epidemic. These studies show that mindless eating in Muslim communities has increased rapidly. According to a study done by the Review Gazette, 6 Muslim countries made it to the top 10 fattest countries, with Kuwait and Saudi Arabia in the lead. In the Muslim tradition, overindulgence is regarded as a vice, which is contrasted with the virtue of temperance in the Quran, Hadith, and Islamic virtue ethics. Even though the virtue of temperance is praised and the vice of overindulgence is frowned upon in Muslim communities, this does preclude overindulgence amongst Muslims, not even in the holy month of Ramadan. This may also be understood in terms of the classic problem of moral formation, where it is recognized that virtue cannot be taught. Knowledge of the good does not suffice for the realization of the good. May we move to the next slide? The objective: to investigate what perceptions may be found in Muslim households linked to the Rylands and Belhar mosques regarding the considerations that play a role in Muslims who overindulge, even though they affirm the virtue of moderation. To investigate why some Muslims overindulge against a particular socio-economic and religious context. namely the role of overindulgence as part of the nexus of problems related to food insecurity in South Africa, and an understanding of the virtue of moderation and the vice of overindulgence in Muslim virtue ethics. The Muslim community of Belha are distinctive from the inhabitants of Rylands in terms of socio-economic status as well as race. The Belha community is largely of Malay origin and is disadvantaged economically compared to their counterparts who are predominantly of Indian descent and enjoy a high economic status. The research questions include, you may move to the next slide. What are the perceptions of Muslims of moral standing with regard to overindulgence? How can moral formation be implemented? What are the constraints that hinder the proper implementation of moral formation and exercising restraint in eating? In the methodology, I used a qualitative approach where semi-structured interviews were conducted with around 10 households associated with each of the mosques. The local imam in each case was asked to select 10 such households of good moral standing. You may move to results. So the determinants of overindulgence within the selected Muslim households associated with the Rylands and Belha mosques. Spiritual apathy. Regarding this theme, a strong sentiment that emerged from the various narratives of both communities was their implicit and explicit references to the presence of a spiritual vacuum as the main reason for gluttony. The majority of respondents explained that the presence of spiritual emptiness amongst Muslims played a significant role in promoting overindulgence. They explained that there is a resemblance in those who are well-versed in the understanding of the religion, contrasted to those who are ill-informed. Participants explained that they are spiritually starved and seek fulfillment in food, in the process becoming clinically obese. The perceptions of the participants concur with Islamic literature, which has extensively looked into the issue of overindulgence and its spiritual implications. For example, Umar bin al-Khattab, the second Caliph, said, "O people, beware of overeating because it makes you lazy in your prayers. It makes your body weak and makes you unhealthy, and Allah dislikes the obese man. And you should be modest in your food because that is closer to righteousness and further from excess and makes you stronger in worshipping Allah. And you will perish when your desires become dearer to you than Allah or your religion." Another theme that emerged in both communities was hedonistic consumption. Participants reported that pleasure seeking in food plays a significant role in overindulgence. They revealed that Muslims are self-indulgent to a point where they overindulge in social gatherings such as weddings, funerals, or a get-together dinner for pleasure, and that such individuals will always find a reason to overeat and serve themselves even if they are not hungry. Participants felt that such individuals only keep their culture of mindless eating once a health condition kicks in, like diabetes. One participant said, "At all times they find a reason to eat." Another added, "If guests come and are offered more than tea, they tend to overstay just for food." Historically, Muslims followed the humble eating habits of the Prophet, Muhammad, peace be upon him. Food was obtained and consumed for the primary objective to survive. Until modern times, overindulgence of food for pleasure has become widespread. This phenomenon has been defined as hedonic hunger. This refers to the desire to consume food for pleasure, while a person who thinks a lot about eating in the absence of hunger is said to be in a state of pleasure-based hunger. For example, desiring and eating dessert after a satiated dinner represents a typical example of food intake driven by pleasure and not by hunger. And so subjects find it indispensable to still desire and eat, even though there is no end need for caloric intake, argued the informant. This is because such foods are extremely rewarding and highly pleasurable. Present cultures where delicious foods are ever pleasurable, and overindulgence frequently occurs in the absence of hunger. Excessive into the development of diseases such as type 2 diabetes, cardiovascular disease, and hypertension. While other factors may stimulate overconsumption, the pleasure food provides triggers much of the influence of this. As explained by Imam Ghazali, all one needs of food is a few morsels to maintain life, bodily functions and a little extra to provide one with a burger, to accomplish acts of worship, such as the accomplishment of prayers. This is because seeking pleasure in food contributes to weight and obesity, and later develops into chronic illnesses, as the present study claims. Conspicuous consumption was another theme that emerged in both communities. Food is used as a tool to flaunt privilege by displaying the most exotic foods and exquisite desserts during festivals such as weddings, parties, iftar, and Ramadan, and also in funerals. These are the ideal events to flaunt status and being the best food to signal social class. Those who cannot afford would result in getting into debt, and this was seen in the Belha community. Therefore, conspicuous consumption is a means to gain and signal status, which results in extravagance, wastage, rivalry, and a moral decline. So logically, it is logical to suggest that a society with such habits generates a spiral of social desires and is characterized by wasted time and money, and especially undermines the formation of virtue ethics. Such habits undermine the four cardinal virtues of wisdom, justice, courage, and especially temperance. Historically, conspicuous consumption was a practice exclusive to the rich, the aristocratic class. However, in modern times, it was found that although wealthy individuals engage in conspicuous habits, the poor and the newly rich were more susceptible to these behaviors, as there was a desire to impress and signal status to others. The poor spend a larger fraction of their wealth on temptation goods, and this has generated poverty trap. South Africa is a highly collectivist society, which means individuals are led by the opinion and satisfaction of the whole. In terms of eating out, functions and weddings, as well as funerals, this could explain the need to consume conspicuously and the desire for class, as the opinion of others in society is highly valued in collectivist cultures, as confirmed by the informant. For example, in Black South African households, an average of a year's income is spent on an adult's funeral. In cases where such households cannot afford, they resort to borrowing. According to Islamic literature and history, the dining ways of the Prophet and his companions were the humblest of the ways. The dining cloth was made of leather. The Prophet never sat at a table or ate from gold or silver dishes. When food was scarce, he would insist that etiquette and hospitality be observed, reminding his followers that food for two is enough for four, as indicated by many of the speakers. The Prophet would also elaborate on the foods that await the faithful in heaven, and this served as a powerful incentive for those who had little or no food. However, Islam grew in the decades following the demise of the Prophet. Early Muslims were exposed to new cuisines and eating habits of a Greco-Roman colonial pot, which was out of the elementary restrictions of the Quran. By late 7th century, the Muslim world had seen a cuisine that had reached the zenith of lavishness and sophistication. As a result, rulers adopted the regal style of the Byzantine courts and kitchens, which gave birth to an identifiable Muslim high style of dining. It was in this period that a line was drawn between the dining habits of the poor and that of the aristocratic class, the rulers at court and those who imitated them, such that the poor continued to follow the humble eating ways of the Prophet, whereas the rulers ate from gold and silver dishes on grand tables. By the 11th century, the humble desert hospitality advocated by the Prophet developed first in the courts of the caliphs. During special occasions and festivals, thousands of people would be served with more than 300 different dishes in a single city. This was to show the hedonistic consumption. This marked the beginning of conspicuous consumption in the Muslim world, which has continued in many Muslim communities to the present day. Clearly, such actions contravene the humble dining habits of the Prophet, which was simply prepared and the early pious Muslims who tried to emulate him. This boom has tremendously affected eating habits to a point where, for the first time, human longevity might decrease as people are eating themselves to death. In present times, death by consumption would imply fatal cases of obesity, diabetes, and other degenerative diseases. Another theme that emerged
Dr.
was
Sumaya,
social
can I
involvement.
interrupt just for a
Yes?
second? Your voice is trailing off, and it's not very easy to hear you. And also, you have only a few minutes left. for the 20 minutes. If you want to go over a bit, it's fine. I'm taking account of the delay. So
Okay, I'll
yeah, if you could
quit.
Oh, yeah, I think that's much better. Thank you.
Okay. Social environmental cues was another theme that emerged in both communities. The respondents explained that social environmental factors have a big influence on overindulgence, such that fast foods, processed foods, the influence of eating patterns, varieties, packaging, portion sizes, and the advertisement of such foods tend to be strong, salient, and tempting, and hence undermines moderation in food consumption. Ramadan, a month of restraint, self-reflection, devotion, and worship has been turned into a month of indulgence and unhealthy eating, which results in Muslims gaining weight. It was also perceived to be the busiest time of the year in the kitchen, as the majority of Muslims spend long hours in the kitchen, making extra special bountiful meals, and as a result spend 4 to 5 hours in the kitchen and then feast all night. The study showed that those in the food industry reported Ramadan to be the best month of the year, but also admitted that those had to keep up with orders. It was explained that the majority of Muslims stocked up on food in the days leading up to Ramadan. It was explained that most Muslims squeeze a 5-course meal in the few hours they can eat. The research further explained that these individuals are very meticulous of what type of food they consume when breaking their fast and prefer oily, fried foods to healthy food. This causes weight gain, health complications, and sluggishness, which stands in the way of worship. These persons cannot perform Taraweeh even in prayers, as they overstuff themselves. It was advised that those who cannot do without fatty foods should not eat daily and limit the amount, as well as eat more fruit and vegetables. Clearly, in present times, one may renew the spirit, but often does little to trim the waistline. Most importantly, these habits clearly contradict the teachings of Islam, in which the Prophet evidently broke his fast with only water and dates, performed the lengthy prayers special to the month, and only ate a meal for supper. Mindless eating in relation to food insecurity was a theme exclusive to the community in Belhar. Food insecurity disrupts eating patterns caused by a cycle of fluctuating availability. As resources dwindle, individuals eat decreasing amounts of food. And when food is more available, they compensate by overeating energy-dense and palatable foods. On why food insecure individuals eat what they do, the reliance on inexpensive, processed, and highly palatable foods with the availability of resources followed by a restriction of caloric intake represents dietary restraint, which is linked with binge eating and weight gain. The above findings also suggest that such individuals would opt for cheap, energy-dense foods to serve on money received from low-paying jobs and social grants, so as not to run out of food before their next pay. With regards to the implementation of moral formation, the study revealed self-discipline, leading by example, as well as parents, educators, and leaders playing an active role to be key in the formation of good morals. Additionally, the study found good moral formation can be achieved through habituation. The constraints of moral formation include the major constraints of moderate and healthy eating to be the lack of self-discipline, the absence of virtue ethical education in Islamic institutions, and finally, Muslim leaders have prioritized the halal aspect of food, and in the interim have forgotten to preach the importance of self-discipline. In conclusion, the study helped to revive the Quranic concept of consuming pure halal, pure, wholesome, tayyib foods, addressing the problem of mindless eating even in the month of Ramadan, the growing problem of obesity and its health implications, and is a reminder of the connection between food and spirituality in Islam and the problem of food insecurity facing many households. Thank you. That's all from me.
Thank you very much. Now we have 10 minutes for questions and comments. If I could just say, one of the striking things I thought that you mentioned was that this overeating is not class-based, but which it was perhaps in the past, but rather the obesity and the medical problems of diabetes and hypertension and so on are also prevalent with the relatively poor. How do you explain that? Is it the kind of foods that they're eating? And is it overeating in terms of quantity, or is it the quality issues with regard to the types of food they're eating, like fast foods, cheap fast foods, etc.?
Assalamu alaikum.
Okay.
Dr. Sumaya, Jazakallah khairan for this presentation. A quick question. So in your interview, did you also look at the, explore the reason or the psychological reasons for overeating among Muslims?
Yes, so I looked at that, and some of the reasons that were presented were emotional eating. Yes, so the informants did mention emotional eating as one of the reasons as to why they overeat, especially in COVID.
Mm-hmm. Okay, good. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, well, I'm hoping that your connection improves. Why don't we leave it there and go on to the next paper, which is myself, and then we will have another 30 minutes after that for discussion. So I'm not going to cover this because it's been covered many times before, and during this presentation, you'll see that this is a much more of a micro analysis, a micro delve into the issues in relation to migrant workers in Qatar. Where I make mistakes, I'm going to rely upon Dalal and Saeed to come in and correct things later on. Just to, as a way of background, the population of Qatar is currently around 2.65 million. It's been reducing as a result of the COVID period, where nationals are approximately 10%, 10.1%, which I think is the lowest proportion of nationals to non-nationals in the world. The Qatar labor force is even more dramatic, where nationals constitute only 8.8% of the labor force. The low-skilled, low-income workers constitute around 3/4 of the labor force. And these are unaccompanied, mainly males in the construction sector and females in domestic work and cleaning. They also are in retail and so on, but they are the main dimensions. These workers primarily come from Asia, from India, Nepal, Bangladesh, Philippines, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, in that order of numbers, but also increasingly coming from Africa, from Sudan, Kenya, Nigeria, Uganda, and elsewhere. On the whole, accommodation is provided for low-income workers as a part of their contractual agreements. And as I might be able to explain later on, that accommodation being provided is important for control purposes by employers, employing corporations, so that they can bus these workers onto construction sites all at the same time. The other element of Qatar is that it is purported to have the highest per capita income in the world, but I think this, I'm pretty sure that this is only in relation to the citizen population where incomes are exceedingly high. Is of course extremely important, and is what also makes Qatar a very interesting case study. When in 5th of June 2017, the blockade was implemented by 5 countries, Saudi Arabia, four countries, UAE, Bahrain, and Egypt, and it was a complete air, sea, and land blockade. Before the blockade, Qatar was highly reliant upon imports for its food, about 90%, and 40% of the food passed through Saudi Arabia until 2017. That is for the blockade. Oops. Qatar received immediate resourcing and sought resourcing its products initially through Turkey, from Turkey and Iran, and then broadened it to many other countries that provided support. It was a critical moment. And I recall people flooded to the supermarkets to stock up with a great fear that food would run out, but it didn't. One of the most dramatic, which I think Zanira mentioned, was the flying, air freighting of 4,000 cows from the US and Australia by Baladna Food Industries. I think she mentioned it was at a cost of 8 million. And by March 2019, less than 2 years later, the Baladna Food Industries actually began exporting dairy products to Afghanistan. That is how fast they developed the dairy industry in the country. And Qatar is now the largest, the Baladna Food is now the largest dairy and beverage producer in the country, supplying over 85% of the country's fresh milk. Other produce, particularly from greenhouses, hydroponics, and aquaculture were developed, and the meat and dairy products increased by 400% within 2 years. And vegetables now, have increased to about 28% being supplied locally. That's the 2019 figure. And for dairy products, basically it's more than 100% self-sufficient because it's now actually exporting. And poultry, much to the chagrin of Zanira, I can't get a paper out of my mind. So here, this was two photographs here show an exhibition very recently at the exhibition center of locally produced foods. It was a sort of exhibition of the companies producing the foods, as well as stalls from other countries that are exporting food to Qatar. So you can see here two of the cows, I think, that were brought in by Qatar Airways, and that's the Baladna stall. And here there were exhibitions of the greenhouse production, of the hydroponics and irrigation systems that are being put in place. With regard to vulnerable groups, clearly the low-skilled, low-income migrant workers, who represent more than 75% of the population, these are vulnerable because of their low incomes, the low food allowances, which I'll come to in a moment, and low education, which is also important, and the fact that 75% of these have dependent families back at home. And also vulnerable are those workers who neither receive food nor a food allowance from their employer. Also vulnerable are families in need, particularly those whose children need medical care. These families are often identified in hospitals where social workers can refer them to organizations like Qatar Charity, Red Crescent, and the Qatar Zakat Fund and the Ministry of Endowments, the Awqaf. Qatar Charity does a lot in this regard, and social workers that I've spoken to, in fact, help them apply to these charities to receive assistance. There are many, particularly since the COVID hit, who had small businesses that went bankrupt. These families often find themselves unable to cope and need charitable assistance. And families whose income is less than required, there are many cases where workers have come, particularly male workers, have come to Qatar, but they require 10,000, a monthly income of 10,000 riyals in order for them to be able to bring family members with them. Those who are not receiving that amount sometimes will get the backing of their employer rather, who will pretend that they're getting 10,000 and even put 10,000 into their bank account for a few months. The employee then transfers it back to the employer. But if the worker in these situations loses their job, the whole family gets into hardship and they get stuck and they become irregular if their residency permits are not renewed. Irregular workers generally are also vulnerable. Those who come on free visas, I don't know if you understand what free visas are. These are visas that are not tied to a particular employer. They are basically illegal. The sponsor allows them to come in, basically sells a visa that they have, and then require the individual to find their own employer when they have arrived in the country. So free visas is not free of money, it is free of an employer. Okay, so if they get into trouble, they become also extremely vulnerable. And those who have left their jobs or have been fired or lost their jobs for one reason or another, and who are looking for work, they've remained in the country, and it's been more than 3 months, that the government gives them 3 months to find another job. But if they haven't found one, then they start to accumulate fines for overstaying. And they are also extremely vulnerable. Now, Qatar Charity estimates that 25.26% of the total population in Qatar suffers from severe and moderate food insecurity, which is quite significant. The study that we're looking at looks at 3 categories of migrant workers in relation to food provision. Firstly, where the employer provides all of the food needs, and that is provides the food, and we'll look at this later on. Secondly, those where the employer provides a monthly food allowance. And thirdly, where the employer does not provide food nor provides a food allowance. The average food allowance up to date is around about 200 riyals per month. That is about $55. But since March the 20th this year, the government introduced a new minimum non-discriminatory food allowance of 300 riyals per month, along with a minimum basic wage and a minimum housing allowance for those who are not provided with housing. Those who are in the category, in the second and third categories, usually engage in food sharing, and we can discuss that later on. Now, food security, of course, depends on the fulfillment of payment in due time to avoid the failure of the worker to be able to secure food and nutrition for themselves, but also for their families. What one needs to always take into consideration, and our study will be doing that, is not just the individual migrant worker in Qatar, but what happens to their family back home if they're not paid or not paid on time. And the non-payment of wages, particularly that has happened to many since the COVID pandemic, and many are still trying to recover those wages that were not paid. And then, of course, there's underpayment of the basic salary, which should get picked up officially, but not being paid for overtime or not being paid the full overtime that is due, and often unlawful deductions. And I'll give you an example of that in a moment. And what is interesting is now the campaigns with regard to non-payment are calling it wage theft, which I'm very much in agreement with, in order to try to criminalize the non-payment of wages, to call it theft. Now, food allowance manipulation is quite rife and extremely problematic. To give you an example, in the country of origin pre-departure, there are cases where the migrant worker is told that they're going to get, let's say, for example, $1,300 per month. Right. This is an example taken from a cleaner. Now, on arrival, they discover that their 1,300 riyals is actually made up of 1,100 riyals for the basic salary and 200 for a food allowance. Now, this means that they're going to lose out. If they go on holidays, they're only going to be paid the 1,100, not the 1,300, and that will also affect their end of service gratuity. And where also food allowances sometimes just are not paid, or they're not fully paid. And I'm going to give you an example here. This is a contract. I've taken out any identifying features of the contract, but you can see here the salary is 1,100 riyals, which is the basic salary, plus a 300 riyal food allowance. Okay, this is for a female cleaner. However, when you look at the pay slip of that same person, you'll see that the food allowance actually being given is 200 instead of the 300 that is in the contract. This is not being picked up by officially or by any kind of monitoring mechanism. And what you will also see here, which is quite surprising, is that 100 riyals per month over this side is being deducted from the salary, reportedly for recruitment charges. Now, recruitment charges to workers is absolutely forbidden in Qatar and is in the labor law itself. So this is, in fact, a violation of the labor law. Now, I'm going to give you an example. In 2012, a comprehensive qualitative research was conducted by the Qatar Foundation Center of Design Innovation to gather evidence for establishing a set of standards for migrant worker welfare. I was part of that group or team. We interviewed many corporations that were contracted to the Qatar Foundation. In one interview with the senior executives of a contractor, I asked, do you provide food for your employees? The answer was, well, we do provide food now. Well, after probing, he said we were giving employees a food allowance of 200 riyals per month. All of a sudden, we realized that they saved the money and starved themselves to death. At one particular moment, we had 100 workers in the hospital because they did not eat for 6 days. So this is an extremely important issue, and what it shows is that workers seek to maximize their income in order to send to their families back at home, and they're willing to forego food and anything else to maximize that, so that the food allowance itself they took as part of their salary instead of using it for food. And as a result of this realization, the migrant worker welfare standards that were established by the Qatar Foundation insists on employers providing the food rather than a food allowance. There are other stories of workers not being fed properly by their employers when their employers are providing food, and that they have to supplement meals at their own expense. There are examples of workers leaving at the end of their contracts precisely because they are unable to support their families properly, because they had to spend on their own food intake while they were here. And with many of them saying, I could only eat the rice, and they had to then supplement their income and out of their own pocket, which reduced their overall income and reduced the amount of money they could send home in remittances. Now, in Islam, of course, it's very important. There is a legal duty and a moral obligation to pay employees their wages on time, and the very famous command to give the worker what he is owed before his sweat dries. And this is a fundamental principle that we have been trying to use as a method to urge the government and employers to make sure that they pay people on time and properly. So income security, of course, is intimately related to food security for the individual and for their families back home. I'm sorry, something's, oh, here we go. And from an ethics perspective, we also draw upon the following hadith: your servants, workers are your brothers, whom God the Most High has placed under your authority. Therefore, a person who has a brother under his authority should feed him out of that which he eats himself, and should dress him with the same kind of clothes which he wears himself. He should not assign work to him which is beyond his capacity, and if you do so, then help him in his work. Now, we can see this as a very idealistic principle that perhaps was always unlikely to be fulfilled, but the principle remains. And under the kafala arrangements in all of the Gulf states basically did require that migrant labor be housed and fed as part of their contractual arrangements. The wage protection system is operating in this country, as in almost every other, all but one GCC country, but it's not fully effective. And there has been a report which I was commissioned to do on the wage protection system, which needs some reforms, and that's being undertaken now. Our study is going to do a large survey of migrant workers, around about 1,000, and we're going to give a food, we're developing an app for a food diary for around 300 workers over a 3 or 6 month period to diarize the food that they're eating every day and how much they're spending on the food that they're eating. Whether they receive food or not, and whether they receive a food allowance or not. And that's something that we are about to do. Now, I'm going to just conclude to give you some photographs to give you an idea of how workers live and eat in these what are called labor camps. This one is what's called Labor City. It was, I think, is the largest accommodation site for migrant workers in Qatar, and it houses around about up to 70,000 workers. What happens is that employers rent rooms for their employees in Labor City, and they are workers cannot cook for themselves in these places. The employer has to contract with a caterer who then gives them a range of different menus, and the employer chooses which menu they're going to provide for their employees, whether they have an expensive one or a cheap one. And that's how it kind of works. There are many facilities in this labor camp which are very good, but there are other camps which are not quite so good and not so comprehensive in their facilities. This is one. This is another. And this is yet another in a very barracks, military barracks style. Okay. Here is another accommodation site, not one of the ones that I just showed you, but this is the cafeteria of a company that built its own accommodation site for its own workers because it had so many. This is an accommodation site that was housing up to about 5,000 workers. And what you can see here is the provision of food depending on where they come from. So they provide North Indian food and South Indian food. They provide Nepali food from Bangladesh and so on, Sri Lanka and Philippines, right? And this is the notion of providing culturally appropriate foods, because many workers often complain that there are certain foods that their stomachs just could not digest properly, particularly bread and other things. Here is a machine in that place that makes the chapatis for them, and you can see them coming off the production line there. And the sourcing of their foodstuffs in bulk come from many countries. This is prior, these photographs are from that accommodation site that was done. I took these photos prior to the COVID, by the way, and prior. Yeah. So you can see here coriander from Kerala. This is kidney beans from Turkey, mung beans from Argentina, peas from Ukraine, milk powder from New Zealand, spray-dried milka from Singapore. Here we have black-eyed beans from Madagascar, dal from Australia, and again, coriander from Kerala. Okay, so tremendous variety of countries that have been supplying Qatar with their foods. Here is a photograph of a stall, a vegetable stall in a supermarket that is specifically set up. These are all locally produced vegetables. They are cheaper than the imported ones, and they're very fresh, and they're, in my view, very excellent quality. But they get featured there. So there's quite a nationalism around, since the blockade, around the local production of food. And indeed here, the reason for this photograph from a supermarket is to show that all of the products must have a label showing which country they come from, right? So this has been mandated that everything has to have precisely where they have been imported from for every product. And if they don't, this is what can happen. This is what happened to the Monoprix vegetable stall in the large French supermarket when they had not labeled their produce properly, and they were closed down for some weeks before they were allowed to open again with the proper, with the proper labeling. So that's how serious things have got here. So that's where I'll leave it. Thank you very much. So, did you all hear this, or was I muted all the time?
I think it was clear. Yeah.
You heard me?
Yes, it was very clear.
Okay, great. Okay, so I'm back. Any questions or comments?
Professor Ray, this is Sirshad. 2 questions. Thank you so much for this. Is very personal to me, this presentation you did. I lived in Bahrain, as well as my master's thesis was also focused on the migrant labor and the civil society. Interestingly, right. 2 questions, because you in the last slide you mentioned that the labels of the country which produces the food has to be mentioned. Is it mainly because of I know in the past some produce coming from Israel, so there's an aversion to receiving any food coming from Israel? Is that the only reason, or are there any other countries too they are wary of receiving food from?
Yeah, look, that's a very good point. I believe that that's also in there, but it's not something that is made public. But I've no doubt that that's an element in this, but it's not the only one.
And the second thing is, go ahead, sorry.
Yeah, that's all. I think you're correct. Yeah.
Yeah, and the second thing is about the agreement you showed earlier about a laborer signing the agreement before. Usually they sign it before they come to Qatar, right, through agent. And then when they receive the salary, it's contrary to what was written or what was signed upon. And how much of a literacy is going on in these laborers signing that agreement? And do they consider when they come back the pressure they were asked to sign this agreement on before they come into Qatar? Is there any solution to fight it?
This is a perennial issue, and it's what we call contract substitution. That is, they sign a contract or an agreement pre-departure, but on arrival, they're required to sign another contract that may be detrimental to them and less than what they were promised or what they signed up for before they left their country. Now, that has been quite prevalent. However, what Qatar has done more recently over the last year or two, 2 years, they have opened what they call Qatar visa centers in many of the, pretty much all of the origin countries. These visa centers are actually designed to make sure that the contracts are signed in their country of origin and they cannot be substituted, because they are getting official approval for those contracts, and the record of the original contract remains with the government and gets locked into the wage protection system as well. So that what we are assuming now is that the prevalence of this contract substitution has been severely reduced. In fact, it was pioneered, this was pioneered by the UAE prior to Qatar's doing it.
May I ask a few questions and make a few comments? This is Jennifer.
Sure, Jennifer.
I just wanted to start, very, very interesting, and given that I've been working on sanctions, it's particularly, I haven't really given any thought to the Qatar case. And one of the first things that struck me was that with only 10% of the population being native, it basically means that the target of, a lot of the people who are being affected by this boycott are not even citizens of the country. And I think that's really unique to think about. If you think about the notion of collective punishment, I mean, it's bad enough that they're punishing the Qataris, but they're also punishing this huge transnational population of people that really have nothing to do with the government except the fact that they work. So I think that's a really interesting question to ask about further. A couple of other thoughts that I had. I was really struck by the housing conditions that you showed. And it made me think a lot about food security as a gendered issue, because I'm assuming it's mostly the male workers who are housed in these big accommodations where there's also food provision happening, whereas a lot of the female workers are housed inside of individual homes. And I could think that the food security issues would be very different by gender, given the very different housing accommodations. So it would be interesting to hear how you're going to explore that, because getting data on women is going to be harder because they are isolated in individual homes. And then my third comment is really, you know, as an economist, I'm kind of surprised to hear that the local produce in Qatar is cheaper. And the reason why is that there's what they call virtual water, which is hidden in food. And there's got to be so much water that goes into the production of those kinds of fresh fruits and vegetables, and also the dairy. And given that Qatar is very water challenged, it does not seem to be sustainable for them to be producing food like that. I just went and I pulled up while you were talking how dairy products are produced. And from one webpage, a milking dairy cow drinks 30 to 50 gallons of water each day. And during periods of heat stress, water intake may be double. Another way of thinking about this, a lactating dairy cow requires 5 pounds of water per pound of milk produced. So I mean, I think it's great that Qatar is doing this in the short run, but if you really think about the long-term sustainability of a country like Qatar producing fresh fruits and dairy, given the water constraints, it doesn't really seem like a very sustainable practice. So those are my 3 questions / comments. Thanks.
Thank you very much. The last question. I mean, they have desalination plants here, and I think they're building another one. But I'm going to leave that perhaps to Dalal to address the economics of that, and Zanira might want to come in as well. But with regard to the blockade and the punishing of migrants, what's really interesting, of course, is that the blockade was so dramatic, but what the government did was to actually take that blockade as an opportunity to develop less reliance upon imports, to develop its own produce, but also morally, there's a moral or ethical competition going on here too. It meant that they were no longer as to be dictated by Saudi Arabia as they had in the past. And they began developing the reforms. Now, the labor reforms, it's a long story, and I've been very much involved in that, has come as a result of the ILO complaint, the International Labour Organization, which then set up an office for technical advice here, and the reforms have come very seriously, the labour reforms, the legislative reforms that have transformed the legislative issues about the kafala system, which is another story in itself. So that has meant something that actually turned into something positive, rather than them laying down and saying, "Oh, we can't cope with this." Not at all. And I think that I think most commentators and observers would say that this has been done extremely well. Not perfectly, of course, nothing is. With regard to the gender issues, you're quite right. And indeed, the access to migrant domestic workers, because they are in households themselves, is very, very difficult. And I did research and empirical research on domestic workers in Lebanon. This is when I first started my research in this field. And that was extremely difficult. It's actually more difficult here, I would say, than the difficulties I had in Lebanon. That just simply means that we can't do systematic and reliable empirical research on women in this regard. That doesn't mean that we can't look at women who are working as cleaners for cleaning companies, who are hired out by households on a temporary basis, and for retail women working in retail companies, in the malls and so on and so forth. But it's largely going to be the male workers who are the most numerous in the labour force and are of great interest. Yeah. I'm not sure if that answers your question.
No, that was excellent. Thank you.
Yeah.
Ray?
How are we going for time? Yes.
You mentioned about that company which arranged all those nationality-wise kitchens. Is it? Did you mention the name? I'm sorry, I missed it. I think it was.
I'm sorry, I can't. Could you start again slowly?
Yeah. The organization that you mentioned, which had arranged kitchens, on-site kitchens, catering to all the nationalities.
Yes.
Is it a public entity or a private setup?
No, it's a private corporation. In fact, it's a very large. It's associated with one of the largest transnational corporations in France, and it's a joint venture between that company and a Qatari company here. Mind you, I should perhaps point out that accommodation site is now closed because the company finished the works that it was doing here, which included the light rail, the metro, and other construction projects here, and so don't have as many workers. So they decided that it was not efficient financially to keep that accommodation site open, and they took whatever workers they had left and put them actually into Labour City. Yeah.
Right, because I believe it's like if it's viable enough, especially for the government, government organizations, it is an excellent idea because paying them salaries at the right time is one thing, and respecting their food choices is, it is equally important. And I have personally experienced this with domestic workers, all across, even in Pakistan, even here, if you give them the food of their choice, they they start working more efficiently. So
Oh, I see. Okay. Yes. Well, no, quite right. But this is an example I gave you of a company that has its own ethics in this regard and was prepared to do the right thing. That is to say that not all companies do this. Some do, and some don't. The very large corporations like, and in the energy sector like Shell, they have fantastic accommodation sites because they can afford it. And they also have an international reputation to maintain. So the risks of not treating workers properly these days is a high risk. And Qatar has come under and continues to come under tremendous criticism from organizations abroad for the treatment of workers. It's not always accurate, but sometimes it is. So yeah, and then there are many issues involved in this. Yeah, I think we've gone over time. It's 3:30, so I think that maybe it's time to wind up and to, unless there are burning comments or questions still left that somebody feels a need to come in. Yes?
Yeah, Doctor, I'm interested in listening to Dr. Dalal's response on the question Jennifer asked about the economics of local food produce.
Yes. This is for Dalal, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think there was a question, I mean, on the water stress, and effectively that's a very good point, because effectively that's an issue that impacts, by the way, the whole region. It's not only Qatar, in the sense that there is it's a water stressed region, and then we do need alternatives in terms of developing solutions, especially if you want to develop agriculture, which is the strategy here in terms of economic diversification. And as Ray clearly mentioned, actually desalination is actually one of the solutions, or it's the main solution actually to in terms of providing water sources, etc. However, that also has issues because it is energy intensive. And therefore, if you're talking about sustainability, and if you're talking about also climate change mitigation and all, that also needs to be addressed. And we do have actually a research center as part of our university, which is the Qatar Environment and Energy Research Institute, or KERI, works on a number of projects with regards to, for example, water, in addition, of course, to energy, etc. So sustainable solutions. And I think they've been collaborating recently with the local provider, like a local energy provider, to provide some solutions leveraging on recent technology developments. The Qatar Electricity and Water Company, so like a collaboration. And I think they're exploring some using latest technologies in terms of desalination to promote also, reducing energy consumption by 40%, but also dropping the unit cost of water by around 30%. But it is still like a long way. Luckily, of course, there are technology developments, and I think this is the direction currently that is being looked at, of course, in addition to other projects. I think at the national level, there is a lot of focus on technology development, and therefore I think one of the key focus areas as well, in terms, which is in line of economic diversification and promoting agriculture, as I mentioned, is to also focus on developing alternative solutions in terms of dealing with water stress. I hope that addresses your question, Jennifer, and also Irshad, and happy to comment on that as well if you have any additional comments.
Thank you very much.
I can share with the group, there is a whole literature on what's called virtual water, which looks at how much water is actually contained in imported products, so that you're actually getting water into your country through agricultural production. So there is a pretty extensive literature on that, which is mainly sort of a combination of engineering and economics.
Yes, I think one of the other aspects we've been looking at, and that's also like a collaboration between the economic side and of course the engineering side, is also alternative solutions when it comes to also clean energy, as I mentioned, in terms of developing agriculture, and that should also support in terms of the cost when it comes to and in reducing costs in general, but also when it comes to mitigating the negative effects of climate change. So hopefully there'll be some research in the coming months about that, and we'll be happy to share that with the group as well.
Thank you very much, Dalal. And we should now open the floor for comments and questions for the other speakers for this session, Dr. Bakri and Dr. Sumaya. Are there any comments or questions on the paper on Malaysia and the paper on South Africa?
guess I have a general comment, maybe for the whole panel to think about, because I do think, and this is a increasingly a challenge that so many societies are struggling with, which is the dual problem of obesity and malnourishment. And you know, I think it's interesting to think about, and I know some of the earlier papers also addressed this, and I'm sorry because I missed some of them because of the time change. So maybe just throwing out a general question for the group about, you know, this challenge of overindulgence and eating too many calories, which can also be combined with not getting the right nutritional content, and dealing with this. And I'm sure Malaysia is dealing with this problem, South Africa, so many countries are. So I would love to hear people's thoughts on the sort of dual nutritional challenge, health challenge that this creates.
Yes, indeed. I think you're quite right. If I could just say, there were some studies done with the UAE on migrant workers from India, and also a study done of returnee migrant workers in Kerala. And what was found was that their health severely deteriorated during the period that they were working in the Gulf states. You know, with hypertension, diabetes, obesity, and sometimes severe heart problems. I mean, when you look at the figures, the deaths figures for Indian workers, 1 in 3 are from heart disease. So it's not just a question of overindulgence, but rather ignorant indulgence in a way. And there's a lot of education, I think, that needs to be done. Here, the Indian embassy, for example, does regular monthly medical tests for Indian nationals here in the country. If they want that test done, the embassy does it for them on a regular basis. Dr. Sumaya, would you like to comment?
Yes, thanks. I would like to add, coming from a third world country is actually worse because it has a great impact on the health system. Because on the one side, they're dealing with communicable diseases such as TB, HIV, AIDS, and then now they have to deal with these non-communicable diseases which are caused by overindulgence. So it is a big issue. I think that's all I would like to say.
Yes. It's not an issue here, of course, because any worker that is has evidence of TB or HIV is deported immediately. And if they are tested for TB or HIV in the medical test before they arrive, they will not be allowed in.
So you're only dealing with the non-communicable diseases.
Yeah. And Dr. Bakri, would you like to make a comment?
Yes. Thank you very much for the comments. To respond on the issues pertaining to the obesity. Yes, in Malaysia, the issue with regard to the obesity is also is on the rise. So that this is some sort of irony. While on one hand we're talking about food shortage, food crisis, and a lot of other things, but on the other hand, we've seen the rise of things that are associated with indulgence in terms of food intake, and also the rise of obesity. So maybe the real issue there is not so much because of the lack of food or lack of production. It is maybe because of the issues pertaining to the distribution system. I believe this there are many research has been done on this part also. I think that is my comment on that. My response on that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions or comments?
May,
Just,
Professor.
sorry.
Yes, Professor Jureidini.
Yes.
Yes. Yeah, I think
yes.
what probably one of the initiatives that has been here in Qatar since probably maybe almost 10 years or less is the Drylands Initiative, basically, which is to have an alliance of countries who have a great deal of their basically space as deserts, basically, and to meet quite often. I think the secretariat is here in Doha. It's led by a colleague from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador Al-Dafa, Badr Al-Dafa, I believe. And it is an initiative to address those countries who have like a huge land of desert, in order to find out through technology and innovations how such kind of spaces could be utilized to address, of course, the food security crisis in countries like Kazakhstan and others. And I think fairly there is a number of countries there on board, because we know that many GCC countries post the 2008 crisis, they went to other countries in Africa and in Asia and so on to basically buy lands, agro lands basically, and to invest in these lands and to give the farmers or the companies the share and get them through, like the case of Qatar here is the Hassan that has been established as a strategic kind of strategic project, you can say, for the state of Qatar in terms of the food sufficiency and to really have a control on prices. The second thing is that I wanted to share here as well, because the very interesting thing that this topic is quite wide open and quite large, you can say, in the presentations and comments that the speakers have contributed. There are a number of efforts to do with what we call corporate social responsibility, which is the CSR, where companies are as well trying to do what they can do. I mean, it's not quite like, across the board in terms of accountability, like social accountability kind of measures, or the like of, any other measures related to balancing, you can say, human rights and businesses, like what we have in other countries, for example, Scandinavian countries or others, in terms of addressing the rights and addressing as well, you can say, business interests and so on. There is a possibility for gauging some of those through corporate social responsibility, as it is getting some traction, you can say, in this region, even though unfortunately sometimes corporate social responsibility have been used as, a public relations, you can say, kind of exercise, or when there are any problems or any challenges to come forward and say that we have done this and that. I don't see it quite strategic, but if there is, like, the issue of obesity, diabetic, and the issues related, of course, to food wastage, and issues related as well to food rights and ethics totally toward food. This, I think, can be really rallied and mobilized through what we call corporate social responsibilities, to engage the corporate sector basically and other sectors in order to see kind of policy shifts and changes, at least coming from the private sector, from the NGOs, community organizations, and the like. Thank you.
Very fair comment. Thank you very much. I would add to that the large corporations not only have corporate social responsibility policies, although corporate social responsibility has not had good press lately, that many people don't give it great credibility anymore. But you know, there are issues to do with food can be also related to health and safety. And Qatar Foundation has a department which is health, safety, and security and environment. And those are also very good potential conduits to work on the things that you were just suggesting, which I think is very, very important. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Any further comments?
I just wanted to comment on Dr. Sumayya's presentation. I think there was some issue with you know, the voice and something, so I couldn't comment at that time. So yeah, I you know, totally agree with her, like the issue with Ramadan and why we treat Ramadan as a month of fasting rather than feasting. So I think this message needs to be given all across the Muslim nation, that you know, this issue of obesity and the spiritual nature of Ramadan, and how we can address and save food and not waste food this way. So I just wanted to share this, my input, right?
Thank you very much. Dr. Sumayya, do you want to make a response?
Sure. So this issue of feasting in the month of Ramadan is actually across the board. So in my literature review, I found that it was an issue in Egypt, in Algeria, and yeah, across the board. So people are like, we gain weight, it's the month we gain weight, and we actually look forward to the foods which are served in this month. So it is an issue across the board. I do agree with Naima.
Okay, thank you very much. Any further comments, questions? Okay, well, I think now perhaps is a good time to make the closing comments. And I thank everybody for their participation today. It's been excellent, really interesting, and I've learned a great deal, as I'm sure you all have. I would like to just call on Saeed Hassan to give some closing comments, particularly about yesterday's papers. Oh, very good. Dalal, thank you. Oh, Dalal, are you doing this for me to read out, or you will?
Said will go through the concluding remarks. Please, Said, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Actually, I was speaking, but was muted. Okay, so I'd like to start by thanking all the presenters and participants and the CILE team for all this, for the wonderful seminar. It was really very stimulating, thought-provoking discussion. And, you know, I think also it will leave us with a lot of intellectual food to process. And I hope that we can reflect this food processing in our papers, final drafts of our papers. So just to make final general concluding remarks, the presentations and the discussion underline the following. The Sharia provides a framework for food security, and food security leads to several maqasid that we discussed throughout the presentations. And there is a strong interrelation between food security and sustainable development and Islamic ethics. And here comes like actually the title of the seminar, localization of societal food needs while ensuring food affordability can promote sustainability and well-being. Also, the interaction between the state, charities, and other social finance institutions has a critical role in promoting food security. integrating green agriculture strategies with Islamic environmental ethics and Islamic finance can promote sustainable and inclusive food security. Strengthening food security requires re-examining agriculture and food strategies in the light of Islamic ethics. We discussed GM foods, halal labeling, and veganism. Moreover, also the presentations and the discussion raised some critical points, such as the rethinking of definitional concepts like tayyib, halal, haram, and ethical. The development of new concepts, food security as a form of and a sign of ibadah, food sharing, thanksgiving, faith-generated responsibility, and other also concepts as well. Also, the discussion, these two things, the definitions of new concepts led to a new discussion of the perception of food per se, food use and food security. So how to think and to perceive these terms or these categories. In order to situate this discussion, our discussion, we can observe in the studies presented, the introduction of new categorization. We heard or we discussed worldly utility versus other worldly utility, food security versus food sovereignty, food security as a part of faith nexus system, Islam, Iman, and Ihsan, Wasatiyya, the 5 pillars of sustainable food security. Also during the seminar, the discussion was thought-provoking in how to understand and evaluate the question of food security. Studies presented varied. We have seen theoretical, empirical, statistical studies. We have also seen a debate on legal texts, discourse analysis, maqasidi-based investigation, and state versus non-state actors, religious versus secular factors, religiosity and or social identity markers. Important questions were attempted, and some may need further investigation as long as we go with writing our papers, such as how to institutionalize and legalize ethics in contemporary societies, where the role of the state ends and where the role of the NGOs starts in terms of organizing charity work in relation to food security. How stigmatization of certain practices may affect the food needs of families. How lack of knowledge and cooperation may hinder the participation of certain sectors in securing food for certain groups. How fear of misuse charity and mistrust can cause the availability of food in certain communities. How faith can play a role in inclusion or exclusion of certain groups from food supplies. How the language of production may be manipulated with a view to this or encouraging the consumption of certain food products. How modernization, food industry, like GM food, may affect the production and consumption of food. These are some of the questions that we try to investigate and discuss throughout the discussions and the presentations of yesterday and today. Ray, you may continue with your remarks as well.
Yes, thank you very much. I think that's really comprehensive and well put. And of course, all I could think of was this is a lovely summary that we certainly can use when we approach the publisher, and it's a summary that can be used for the introduction to the book that we plan to develop. And in relation to that, addressing everybody here, we really want to encourage you to develop the full papers if you haven't already, and to use the deadline of 1 month from now. I think by the 1st of July, you should submit your full papers that should be between 7,000 and 9,000 words as a draft, and then those drafts at that point will require reviewing, and decisions will be made as to whether to invite you to develop a final draft and with the benefit of the reviewers' comments, in order to be put into the pile for the publisher, the Brill Publishing. As that is occurring, we will approach Brill, as we have contractual arrangements with that publishing company, and we will begin the process of developing the book, editing the editing process of the book. So if the second thing I'd like to mention is, could each of you please send us, include me and Dr. Mawahib perhaps, and Amna, your PowerPoints, because when they begin to edit the seminar, the recording of the seminar to put on the website, it would be very useful to have a backup of your PowerPoint presentations in case things went wrong, and things always go wrong. Oh, I should have put my video on here. So we would urge you to do that, please, as soon as possible. So that's the plan, and we would want the final draft of those who are invited for publishing in the book by the 1st of September. So there will be plenty of time to develop that, hopefully. Does anybody want to make any comment, or are there any questions on that process? I'm happy to also enter into email exchanges on these issues as you think of issues. But right now is a nice opportunity that we are all here together to discuss what is the way forward.
Hi, Ray, this is Jennifer. You mentioned a couple of people to send the PowerPoint, but it'd be great if people could just do a reply to all. And I don't know if people would be comfortable sharing their PowerPoints with the whole group.
Sure. I mean, if people are prepared to do that, then I have absolutely no objection whatsoever, of course. Yes.
Ray, correct me if I'm wrong. I've heard, I think 2 due dates. The first is about 1 month from now to send the draft copy, and the other one is on the September. So how? So the 1 month from now is for the book?
No, they're both for the book, but the one that is due in 1 month is for those people who have not yet completed the draft of their full papers. And for those who have finished their first draft, to maybe improve on it from the benefit of the discussion during the seminar, the 2 days of the seminar. So that gives an opportunity for you to revise it. And then there will be reviewers' comments after the 1st of July. I don't know exactly when that is going to be completed. And then you will get comments. I mean, it may be that your paper is perfect and it doesn't need any further editing. But in my experience, they always do still require some fixing. So that's the plan, right? So we will we will treat the full paper that you submit by the 1st of July as a draft, not the final product. Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Any other questions or comments?
When all the video recording would be shared, if possible?
Well, the video recording is not in my hands. and I'm not sure exactly who is going to be handling that. Is anybody there that can tell me? Dr. Mawar, can you?
Hello, Dr. Ray. Yes,
Hi.
I'm here with you. Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, we will do our best to do the editing within 1 week from now. Hopefully, if all things went well, inshallah, go well,
Oh,
inshallah.
Well, that's wonderful. Great.
Okay, thank you. And if possible, to send us like a summary of what's expected. I believe that I understood we have 1 month for those who didn't submit the draft to finalize the draft and submit, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
You can send it in before 1 month. You won't be.
Yes, certainly. Within. Okay. Yes, certainly. Okay. Thank you so much for this.
Pleasure. Yeah. Any other concerns, suggestions, questions? Well, it's just past the hour of 4, and if there are no further questions or comments, reluctantly, I'm going to have to say that we should end here, and I wish you all the best, and I look forward, as we all do, to receiving your papers and to pursuing the publication objectives in the near future. So thank you so much to everybody for your participation, your patience when we had glitches, technical problems. It's been a really, really exciting 2 days, and I've learned a great deal and very stimulated by it and very excited for the next phase. Anybody else want to say anything other than goodbye? Okay, so thank you so much, and have a wonderful rest of the day. I don't know, depending on what time it is where you are. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much for putting this together. Amazing presentation. 2 days of wonderful learnings. And for us, I believe that I thought Dr. Jennifer wake up early. For me, it's 3 o'clock in the morning in Toronto.
Oh. Well, very impressed.
Okay, thank you so much.
We're in the same time zone,
Right.
because I'm in New York.
Right. Very grateful to you. Very nice. Yes.
So I'm here at, we are already 9 p.m. at night. By the way, thank you very much for the invitation. I'm very, very honored to join. Thank you very much.
Sharafna.
Thank you.
Very much.
Take care.
Thank you. Thank
Okay.
you. Take care.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum.
Assalamu alaikum. Fi aman
Assalamu
Allah.
rahmatullah.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
Dalal and Saeed, we need to talk.
Okay, so see you next time, inshallah, Doctor. All good luck, inshallah.
Thank you so much, Mawahib. Thank you to all the admin staff. I thanked you at the beginning. I forgot to thank you at the end, but thank you very much.
It's okay, Doctor. No worries. Thank you so much. Okay, see you next time. Assalamu.
Dalal, should we go to another?
Still have, yeah.
Let
there are
us,
still 2 participants here. Let me see.
Yeah,
I can't.
let us close off, and we'll go on to the my website if you have it.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Saeed, can you do that? Yeah.
Yes, sure.
Okay.
Yes, sure. The same link that you said earlier, right?
Dr. Marwan, thank you so much for your participation. It was really great. Oh, we missed him. He's gone. Okay.
Okay, so I'm going to your session now.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so it's the same link that you sent earlier?
I believe it's the same one we used with Ray last time during our meeting. Yes.
Okay.
Okay, perfect.
Thank you, Amna.